Modus Super Series Internationals Pairs Champions.
And it's double Dutch delight.
It's the Netherlands!
The Netherlands are into the final. Well, that is absolutely incredible. Scott Campbell in a 9-dart shootout has found 2 180s.
And this would hurt the Canadian pair.
And Kurt does hurt.
Yeah, they weren't indeed. Devon takes out our first shot of the day.
Beautiful second dart. Beautiful third dart. Beautiful finish.
Scotland.
Not again. Not again! How many times has he done that?
He was begging to be hit, but he could have actually gone for the bullseye. Had a 2-darter here. He's having to use all 3. And he opts for tops. And he hits tops. What a little spell that is by Belmont.
The walls are closing in. Look at this. That is a 14-darter from the Dane.
So we're heading into the second half of the week at the second international pairs. 3 new nations join the fray alongside Wales, Scotland and South Africa this afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. Welcome along once again to the live lounge in Portsmouth. It's a busy double day's worth of action, and tonight we'll see Adrian Lewis make his competitive return to the sport after 2.5 years away. Yesterday we saw the Netherlands, the defending champions, make it back through to the final once again, and this afternoon we've got 6 brand new nations trying to make it through themselves. Laura Turner is with us once again, and look, let's begin with the Dutch, because Jimmy van Schie and Danny van Schrijp, they've just got this synergy as a pair. They're the premier pair really when it comes to the pairs here.
Well, yeah, they're proven as well, aren't they? They won the first edition of the international pairs here, and what you're getting from them, they're very confident as individual players. We've obviously seen Van Schie recently. He was a runner-up at Champions Week, and we've had Danny van Schrijp winning a week as well. So individually, but what they do really well is play well together. They're quite open. They're happy to kind of say when they're not happy with something. They will praise each other, and whatever they're doing, you know, it's working really well. And it's no surprise, I think, that they top Group 8.
Well, have a look at the table. It was interesting. I was speaking to Jimmy van Schie yesterday, and he said the reason why he thinks the relationship with Danny works well is because they are that honest with each other. He feels like there's sometimes partnerships in the game where you can stew on it, you may think it, not say it, and sometimes that can affect the mindset where they feel like their success is the fact that they'll just say it, don't take it personally, move on from it very quickly.
It's a fine art sometimes when you play pairs, because you do try and play to complement your partner, and if you're both happy to be that open and honest with each other, then absolutely, if that works for you. For other partnerships, that possibly won't work, and then the other player will be stewing on it. So it's finding out enough about your partner, and I think what they have done is they've worked out really quickly how to play with each other, what they can and can't say, when they can and can't say it, and it seems to be working a treat.
That's how the partnership works. However, I just don't know when to shut up.
Yeah,
That's the only problem.
No comment. See how this works?
Exactly. Right, let's move on. This is how the tournament bracket looks as we head into the second half of the week. Group B is what we're going to watch tonight. We're going to see the United States of America, Alex Bowman and Jason Brandon. They're both in action. England with the return of Adrian Lewis and, of course, Steve Beaton aiding and abetting him, whilst the Republic of Ireland sees Conor Heenahan and John O'Shea representing them. Of course, Sweden and Canada will be back, whilst Group C this afternoon, Germany, Denmark and Switzerland join the fray alongside Wales, Scotland and South Africa. In terms of Wales, we praised Kurt Parry and Richie Burnett to the hilt when they played here last time, made it through to the final. Has it quite clicked yet for them this week?
No, I think they've just lacked a bit of consistency. You see Parry there, he's hit the 1-2-9, but what I've noticed from him, you know, there was just this kind of, I'm not going to say negativity, I think that's possibly the wrong word, but there was this frustration that you could visibly see that we don't normally see from him, and I think that is because, yes, there were some big shots, there were some brilliant time shots, but there was a lack of consistency, and that really did cost them a few of those games, and that's why they find themselves in Group C.
The Swiss are a very interesting proposition because Stefan Belmont's had a superb year on the Challenge Tour, second on that order of merit, could get a tour card come the end of the year. Him and Bruno Stockley played together at World Cups. It'll be interesting to see how that dynamic works out.
Yeah, they've got the experience. They obviously, like you say, they have played together. They didn't pick up a win at that edition of the World Cup. However, having that experience under your belt, because pairs isn't a game that they would particularly play. Obviously, everything is very singles focused in darts, especially when you go to the PDC. So, yeah, that's interesting. But also, I think the fact that that he's been playing so well, I think if Belmont can bring that onto the stage as well, that could really push Stockley.
And that's the interesting dynamic because Stefan Belmont's probably the best player in the room, but maybe in terms of a team dynamic, we'll see how that works out in comparison to the others.
We've seen it, haven't we, before? And I mentioned it already, the best players, they don't always lend it to being, a best pairs partnership. But like I say, the fact that they've played together, hopefully that'll bring the best out of both of them. But it's interesting. I love this event. I think the pairs, it throws up some upsets. You think, yeah, right, they're definitely going to win. And it doesn't always go that way.
Well, Wales go off the favourites to go on and win this group. Are you in agreement with what the bookmakers say here?
Yeah, I understand it. I think we've seen enough from Bennett and Parry. As I say, there were some really good bits. If they can find that consistency, they've been in a position where they found themselves, they were nearly topping the table of the international pairs. They should have really won it out last time round, found themselves in Group B. Okay, they find themselves in Group C this time, but they're the pairing that can kind of draw a line under it and push to get through. So, yeah, I do agree with them just having that slight advantage in terms of the booking.
18 plus, gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter of the Super Series. And for all 6 nations, they're looking to make it through to Saturday's final here on the South Coast. It's bound to be a big occasion once again here in Portsmouth. Few tickets are still remaining. And remember, there is a bonus of an audience with the 2-time world champion Adrian Lewis prior to that, and who knows, you could get double bubble, could be playing as well. But you can be here for a special night of darts. You can be here on any Saturday for a special night of darts. Just take a look at this. Double 10. And Scotland's off to the perfect start.
Look ahead there for Semifinal, and Bennett steps up, and Richie Bennett does find double 10, and it is a 4-3 victory.
60 to complete a 4-1 success. Third time in the chart, and the Netherlands are into the semi-finals. History is in the making, because for the first time ever, there will be a paired 9-dart shootout. Well, this is the loudest I think I've ever heard the live now. Steve West is in race again. Well, that might well be the biggest cheer we see tonight. And kicks off for Maximus. And I suppose the one advantage of... Well, that is absolutely incredible. Scott Campbell in a 9-dart shootout has found 2 180s. So Scotland and Belgium are into the semi-finals. The Republic of Ireland head for home. The Netherlands are into the final. Much to the delight of this tacked-out Portland.
And he only needed one more. It is Wales that is through to the final.
And it's double Dutch delight. The Netherlands are the inaugural international pairs champions.
Only one winner. It's the Netherlands!
So that is how you could be here on any given Saturday here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's a busy end to the year. As you can see, some of the events are available there. The next big one after this week will be back in November for the Champions Night in Series 12. There's also some ADC files we'll tell you about over the course of this game as well. But let's get into the thrust of this afternoon's action, shall we, here in Portsmouth. We kick off a meeting between Germany and South Africa. René Idams and Paul Kroner representing the German team, whilst Carl Gabriel and Devon Peterson are in to bat for South Africa. René Idams is a former weekly winner here, all the way back in Series 4 a couple of years ago now. He beat Steve Brown in the final 4-3 from 3-0 down on that particular occasion. Devon Peterson, the 39-year-old for Mitchell's playing in South Africa, climbed to the summit of the inaugural Global Championship back in December. As for Carl Gabriel, he has participated in a World Cup before for South Africa, and the man from Johannesburg is looking to enjoy the rest of his debut week. Whilst for Paul Cronner, the 24-year-old from Munster, making his debut in this particular competition, well, he might well be the intriguing player as far as this group or this particular game, the dynamic of this game is concerned. Laura Turner's with me in the commentary box throughout the course of the day, and this could be quite an intriguing one because actually the German team might well be the one that go under the radar.
Yeah, and you've already mentioned, obviously, Renee Idams has had that previous win here at the Super Series. But again, another player, he's won on the Challenge Tour. He has got that little bit of extra experience, whereas Krona, one of those players that is just emerging, won a couple of times on the PDC Europe, the Next Gen events that they do. So he's kind of that up-and-coming player. And interesting, it looks like he has been put in first to throw for the pair.
Well, it's an intriguing story as far as Paul is concerned because he won his tour card in January last year and then at the end of the year decided to surrender those particular privileges, and so starting once again and back really playing in big time darts, or at least in this kind of environment for the first time since, and he's kicked this game off with a maximum. Of course, you saw that incredible 9-dart attempt from Sweden on Monday, and I think every single time there is a 180 now at the beginning of a leg, I think minds will instantly flick to that.
Yeah, Scotland yesterday went 7 into the 9 as well, but we do have those expectations here and how great it would be to have a 9-dart in pairs action.
$57.
It's probably something we'll end up talking about as the day progresses. But for me, Germany is one of those nations now where darts is just getting bigger and bigger, and we're seeing bigger and bigger stars coming through.
Yeah, certainly. We've always known the popularity of the sport, but how many years have we said they're waiting for somebody to really burst at the seams? They initially thought it was going to be Max Hopp. Didn't quite work out for him. It looks like Martin Schindler's going to be the one that's going to break that particular threshold, but it's South Africa who looked to win the opening leg. The bullseye for 1-2-1, and that would have been some way to have kicked off the day's action. Although Krona here is looking for a second treble 20 to lead tops, and because his darts go in slightly sat down angle, that first dart was actually ideal to nestle the second over the top.
Germany requires 64.
Frustration there for South Africa. It's a really positive start for everyone up on the stage. Double 16 is the target. Another chance here, and it'll be an early break for South Africa.
2 8s for Carl Gabriel to get South Africa off the mark. Wins wasn't something they were particularly dealing with in Group A, and picked up just the one. And he strays low into the double 16, busting the score, and so Krona's back for 32.
No score. South Africa car 16.
And a leg that started very optimistically. Maximums apiece. There's a bit of trouble going on when it comes to seeing off this initial leg.
Getting shot in the first
but it does go the way of South Africa in the end.
Yeah, for 2 180s,
second leg South Africa to throw first.
Never missed darts at a double in that particular leg, but it is South Africa and the pairing of Gabriel and Peterson who go one up, getting the break of throw in the process. And as you were saying, Germany is a nation that's just waiting for that real big superstar to emerge. It looks like Martin Schindler's going to be that, but you also look at the assembly line of young talents coming through, and I think the one that
57
really does stand out, a player that we saw here last year, Nico Springer, who really does look to all intents and purposes as if he is the real deal.
45.
So that was Mike De Decker.
You're playing a home nation tournament this weekend, Mike De Decker. The Flanders Darts Trophy taking place over the course of this weekend. I reckon he'll do Oakley Dokley in that Flanders Darts Trophy, you know, Laura.
60.
Wow. You started early, Henry.
If there's ever a tournament Paul Nicholson would love to cover, it'd be that one.
60. 85.
I suppose the intrigue with Germany is we know how capable Rene and Paul both are, but we don't quite know where their games are at this
9.
present moment in time.
I think that's a fair comment, and we've said that about a few of the pairs here. I feel out of the two on the stage at the moment, though, I feel for the South African pair, it's really important for them to get a real positive start. It was a difficult Group A campaign. We mentioned they picked up that 4-0 victory yesterday over Scotland, but that was their only solitary win.
100.
But I was impressed with what I saw, but again, it was just consistency. They could blitz a 14-dart leg, but then couldn't find anything the leg after. And if they could find the consistency
28.
and pick up an early win, I think it would do them the world of good.
And I think it makes the dynamic difficult when you get the sense that both players are kind of in the same patch, where we're looking
81.
at Devon, and we've kind of seen it for like the last 6 months now, where his good game is still there to be competitive, but he's been relying on moments a lot. So I'm going to find a moment with a 157. And I just wonder whether sometimes, because obviously he's been working on his throw and things like that, whether that can always have an effect on the player you're playing with.
71.
Not deliberately, of course, but I suppose when you're inexperienced like Carl, you're looking at Devon, everything he's doing, and hoping that brings you confidence.
31. South Africa car
Well,
60.
if he can take out the 60, I'm sure that will go a long way to help him with the confidence. And his finishing yesterday was on point when they got the opportunity.
Game shot on the second leg.
And
South
again
Africa.
on point here, and it's 2-0 South Africa.
He said a positive start was
Third leg
a
Germany to throw
must
first. Game on.
for the South African pair, and they're halfway towards just that. Just to put into context their campaign in Group A, they picked up just a solitary win. They were 8 points off the
100.
5th place team in the group. Their numbers in terms of overall running average was 5 points off the next best group. 10-180 off the
81.
next best. So they did find themselves rather detached as far as the group is concerned. But we've seen a lot of the time in singles play in this particular competition that just because one
100.
half of the week doesn't quite go to plan, can you not reset and then suddenly have success? And ultimately, this is a tournament. Yes, it's a long format, but it's all about peaking at the right time. And this is the point of the week where you want to peak.
Yeah, and when you're in Group A, it is tough because there is only one team that goes through at the end of the day. You know, the other teams know they've got a second chance. I think the hardest thing is drawing a line under somewhat of a disappointing campaign, but they've made, as I say, a really positive start so far.
100.
German team were the first through the door this morning at around about 10:30. They were here that early that they wanted to take some pictures on the stage, and the lights weren't even on yet.
78. Germany car 127.
To keep themselves in the game, potentially. 88.
111.
Does not go.
South Africa car 102.
You were talking about moments earlier. Devon Peaton, could this be a moment
90.
just the wrong side
Germany
of the
car
double 12?
16.
And so it's presented ready Idams with another opportunity here. 88. An opportunity I'm sure he would have been grateful for, but an opportunity he can't seize upon. And so this is for 3-0 and the double break. The trapdoor is opened, but Carl Gabriel will not fall down it. It could be Germany fall down the tungsten well here.
First, game on.
And for South Africa, the numbers are kind of an irrelevance. The fact they've got that first win on the board psychologically will mean so much because they'll feel like they're in the group, they're in proceedings.
140.
And quite often when you are coming into a group, when you haven't had the first 3 days up there on the stage, just getting used to
60.
it, and you're on your debut as Krona is, then it can just take a game or two just to settle in, just to adjust as well. Whereas the South African team may not have that issue.
And we have seen traditionally in the past, Devon Peterson is a guy that does peak, and this is actually his group when he's done the tangible things he's done in this building. He's done it from a Group C footing. When he won the Global Championship, he came in as a Group C combatant. He won his week. He'd then go on to win the whole thing. When he won his Super Series week, he had a poor Group A, dropped into Group C, but will recover well to go on and then win the week after that.
60. Germany car 140.
Yeah, there are players that when their backs are against the wall, they can just produce their best. That additional bit of pressure, knowing 95. That you don't have any extra opportunity after this, it can bring the best out.
I think Devon is that type of player that needs to have that sort of edge. And I think when he plays in a Group A, knowing he's got a second opportunity, I'm not quite sure he can bring that adrenaline level out as much as when you get to this point where you know it really is now or never. It's now or never for the Germans. But that is a first leg on the board for Paul Krona.
Fifth leg Germany to throw first. Game on. .58.
Yeah, Germany did well there, got the break of throw, but not the start I imagine Paul Krona was looking
95.
for.
Almost felt like missing those darts at the end of the first leg just unravelled them for a couple of legs, didn't it? Because they started off really well, hit 180 in the opening leg. They had
59.
7 opportunities to win leg 1, which went a begging.
.45.
Yeah, it's a real fine balance, pairs, because as dart players, you are used to playing individually. 26. You're used to throwing one throw in 2, whereas this time, obviously, there's 4 players up on the stage, so you don't throw with as much regularity. But you've also got that additional pressure that you want to perform so much for you, for yourself, but also you've got a partner there that's relying on you as well. So it's just a different dynamic.
You can't be selfish where traditionally
81.
you're playing a sport which is completely selfish because you're playing for just yourself.
Well, I imagine, I know from my personal experience of pairs, especially if
43.
you're playing with someone you haven't played with before, you question normally as well, do you have a preferred double? And then you would go out of your way to try and leave that as opposed to maybe something that you preferred, knowing that they'd be coming after you if you missed. So it's strange things like that, and you might change the way you would naturally go for a shot or a finish. So there is other elements to think about when you're in a pairs.
South Africa have overturned the throw here. 6 of 2, 3-7 to
100.
complete a 4-1 victory. Ton leads them on a finish. Germany need a treble to do something similar. Not that kind of treble, though.
55.
So
South
6 of them here for the
137.
match. And what a morale boost this would be for South Africa if they could kick off with a win. And this would be some way to seal it.
117.
So the double 10 just goes a begging.
In that situation, though, if you're going to miss double 10, you want to miss on the outside because you know Devon Peterson's coming up to see off the match straight after.
127. South Africa.
The South African skipper looks at double 10 to get his team off to a winning start. They get the better of Germany by 4 legs to 1. And it kind of really unravelled after the first leg for the German pairing of René Eidams and Paul Krona. Missed a few darts to win that opener, unable to do so. And then Gabriel Peterson broke in that leg and then took charge of the match from that point onwards. Next up, Denmark against Scotland.
.54, Charlie McGuire, 164. .44. .32, Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's giving George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes,
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw South Africa get the better of Germany by 4-1 in the opening match of the afternoon session. Game 2 is a meeting between Denmark and Scotland. Andreas Toff Jorgensen back here after nearly a 2-year exile from the live lounge in Portsmouth. He's partnering Even Springboard Poulsen, our friend from Slangerup. Scott Campbell and Robert Thornton representing the Scottish team over the course of this week. Ivan, 63, with the nickname Abracadabra because he's a big fan of Lady Gaga, making his 3rd appearance here at the live lounge in Portsmouth. Alongside him, the now 30-year-old Andreas Toff Jorgensen, making his 4th appearance. Played in both studios, played a fair bit in our previous studio in Southampton before coming here for a couple of occasions. Robert Thornton picked up the Double Trouble 2 title. He actually won that this time last year. The 1-year anniversary of it will be this Sunday. Scott Campbell, the 35-year-old from Aberdeen, made it through to Champions Night, made it through to the semi-finals, had darts to go 3-2 up on Jensen Walker in that semi-finals. Opportunity missed, and then after that we would see Jensen go on and win the title. Oh, I see Denmark are doing a little bit of advertising on the back of their shirt. Cheeky little QR code number on the back of their garment. It's got to be a Danish thing, because a few weeks ago we had a player called Tony Sorensen here who has got a QR code, and he's got his own merchandise website. He actually bought us some branded Tony the Tiger Sorensen shirts, which he's left in the commentary box. He gave it to us in the commentary box. I'm sure we left it somewhere. We'll have to have a little whip round during this game.
$60.
So Andreas Toff Jorgensen's advertising on the back of his shirt. We'll take the royalties for that later. Although even Springboard Poulsen's not quite got that memo, because his shirt's tucked in.
125.
The modern day of darts is a completely different place, isn't it, Laura? QR codes on shirts.
28.
If it works, I mean, yeah, it's definitely as you say, a new one on us, but got to make the most of these opportunities, Henry. You never know when they're going to come round again.
Have you ever thought of getting some Laura Turner merchandise on the internet?
97.
No, not really. I have had people ask if they can purchase shirts and things, so maybe it is something to look into. But no, I feel like I need to win
56.
something of real merit before I actually start like promoting any kind of merchandise.
Like a World Cup potentially next month?
Yeah, that would be wonderful, wouldn't it?
100.
I've got some memorabilia available at all good car boot sales.
100.
And the bad ones, the very bad ones. Well, Scotland got off to the better start, leaving themselves on a finish after a dozen darts to get a break of throw in the opener.
80.
It's Scott Campbell who shoulders the responsibility. Has to be careful not to catch this one, which is why he went high and hit the tops as a consequence. Double 10.
60.
Doesn't go.
Denmark Ricard 95.
One dart in hand, tops the target
56.
and way off the target. Just pulls
20.
it over into the one and just offers this break opportunity here to Robert Thornton.
10. Denmark Ricard 39.
Yeah, Robert Thornton chastising himself there, but he made it quite awkward for himself after the lie of that first dart.
Getting shown the first leg, Denmark.
Andreas Top Jorgensen finds the double 60 to put the Danes
second leg, Scotland to throw
leg
first.
to the
Game
good.
on.
Now, Andreas will be participating in the inaugural PDC Nordic and Baltic Championship
55.
in October, when that takes place in a beautiful part of the world, Copenhagen in Denmark. That tournament is taking place.
60.
He's qualified as two as even springboard Poulsen to that particular competition.
78.
Even takes on Victor Tingstrom in the first round of that event, and it doesn't get any easier if he gets past Victor, because it's the number 1 seed Andreas Harrison, whilst Andreas Top Jorgensen, he'll take on Andreas Hilgardhus in round 1.
$60. 100.
Yeah, the Danish pair, they have got some experience, especially
98.
Especially Jorgensen. He has played in the World Cup, played a couple of times in the World Cup pair back in 21, 22.
60.
Whereas Ivan did qualify for the 2021 Nordic Darts Masters, but came unstuck when he ran into a very informed Johnny Clayton. That was kind of the year of the ferret, wasn't it, 2021? I think Johnny just under 100 average, didn't even let him get a leg.
That was one of Johnny's poorer performances that year. That was how good he was in 2021. For Andreas Top Jorgensen, a few years ago, as you say, he was doing a lot of really good things. He's started a family now. He's a dad these days. So the priorities have kind of shifted a little bit for him. Still plays
70.
here and there, but maybe don't see him as prominently as we did a couple of years ago. Even looking at 76 to open up a 2-0 lead. And treble 17 for double 12 as opposed to 25 ball.
Scott Ricard 100.
Yeah, interesting option with the Scottish pair sat on 100, and it's Scott Campbell who has the opportunity. I opted for tops, but just
60.
fell low.
Denmark Ricard 40.
And so it falls to Andreas to find double 10.
Getting
To
shown the
move
second
2-0
leg,
to the
Denmark.
good and to get a lucrative breaker throw. Didn't need one to win this match,
Third
but
leg,
it gives
Denmark
them
to throw
full
first.
control.
Game on.
The Scandinavian region is certainly one that's growing all the time. I know we've been mentioning about how good the Swedish players we've had here in the past, the likes of Andreas, Victor Tingstrom, have been, but we've seen Norway, Kordeko, he qualified for the World Series finals. Yesterday, he's played here at the Super Series. Denmark may be the one nation in that region that's still looking for that next player to take that next step up, potentially.
Yeah, but I now think that there are things in place like the Nordic and Baltic tour that we're now seeing that development, because you mentioned other nations, Lithuania with Darius Labanauskas, Rasma for Latvia. There's just more players coming through in that area. And it goes back to what we were saying about Germany. If they can just, one of those players can get that one big win, that one big title, it can just spur on a nation to just take interest in the sport and then pick it up. These things don't happen overnight, but it's brilliant to see the progress now of all of the different tours that are in place.
Yeah, Ivan was showing me his dart club that he has back in his hometown of Slangro, and the setup, honestly, is to the envy of a lot of people in a lot of places. It's all set up there, and I think they're just waiting for that one player to really emerge, as you say, as that real force that can push the sport to the next level. Almost
34.
Called the Barneveld effect in the Netherlands, where the infrastructure was there, they needed somebody to go and do it to prove it. And we saw after Barneveld won a couple of Lakesides how the sport would change forever in that particular part of the world.
Well, even in mainstream darts here in the UK, see it to be it has always been something I really have believed in, and we saw the effect that Fallon Sherrick had when she won a couple of games at the World Championships, 56. And the amount of girls and women that took up the sport, and then the Luke Littler effect. I mean, that just affected men, women, children. Everyone's coming back to the sport, so it's brilliant.
44. Scotland McCarr,
I saw that incredible game the other day between Luke Littler and Bo Greaves on the Pro Tour. I think the biggest shame was that meeting was behind closed doors as opposed to on a big stage in front of thousands. But that's just me being greedy. Do the Danes feel greedy? They're not going to find the 106, but Scotland, despite being in a decent position in this leg, still only found themselves on 96. There's not a guarantee of anything here for Scott Campbell. Double 19.
58.
I was looking to find the second, was unable to find.
You feel that should be a good guide. Those long points that he's got
on the third leg to Denmark.
He can work a way through, even if it is close to the wire.
Fourth leg Scotland to throw first. Game on.
Interestingly, the Danish players have got names on the back of the shirts, a little bit like you would with a football jersey, but unlike football shirts
41.
where you put your last name on it, they've put their middle name on it. Toft is the middle name of Andreas Jorgensen, and Springboard is the... Springboard, not Springboard. Sorry, Ivan.
I mean, you're often bouncing all over the walls, but come on now.
Yeah, Springborg is the middle name of Ivan Poulsen. But this would be a springboard for the Danes if they were to get over the line here.
100.
And similarly, I feel for Scotland, as we mentioned with South Africa, you felt that the start would have been all important for them today because they did have up and down results. Just the one 100. Win yesterday, the one win on Tuesday. And for a pairing of these two and the calibre that they've got, the expectation would have been, to pick up more of those wins.
59. $45.
Come on, he says, because he knows he's handed a gilt-edged opportunity to the Danes, and for even Poulsen, he knows he can set his partner up perfectly, and that is exactly what he's done for Andreas Toft Jorgensen. 62 left after just a dozen to complete a 4-0 victory, a 4-0 rout to kickstart the Danes' great campaign.
62.
Double 16, the target
30.
goes wide. One match winning opportunity come and gone, but they know they're going to get more. Robert Thornton back on 186. Can only hope to apply some pressure.
56. Denmark car 32.
Well, this to wrap it up Even Poulter looking at 32.
No
And
score.
because of the
Scotland Ricard 130.
setup that he had, that first dart going to the top of the bar meant that the target was rather obscured. And so Scotland presented for an outside chance here to keep this game alive.
Needs a treble 20. Couldn't find the lift. So more
65.
chances here
Denmark
for
Ricard,
Denmark.
32.
4 matched. Match darts come and gone already.
Getting shown the match, Denmark.
Well, it was 7th time on that last leg for Denmark, but they do get across the line and they defeat Scotland 4-0. It's a great start for the Danes. And there we can just have a quick look at the stats. 5 opportunities on the outer ring for the Scottish pair, couldn't convert any of them, and it is Poulsen and Jorgensen that win their opening match. Coming up next, we've got the Swiss taking on the Welsh.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Denmark get the better of Scotland by 4 legs to 0. Game number 3 is a meeting between Wales and Switzerland. Switzerland being represented by Bruno Stockley, the 54-year-old from Muldorf, making his debut here at the Super Series, partnered alongside 36-year-old Stefan Belmont. Man from Cham. The 2-time weekly finalist here. First appearance in the live lounge for 2025. Richie Burnett, the 58-year-old from Wales. The Prince of Wales, no less. He, a runner-up in Series 8, Week 4. Runner-up in the last pairs alongside Kurt Parry, the 32-year-old from Ogmore Vale. A 5-time weekly finalist in the past. Now, Wales go into this as the favourites. I suppose the Swiss are an intriguing quantity because we know how good Stefan Belmont is. He's had a superb year on the Challenge Tour, picked up a couple of titles in the top 2 of that particular order of merit, very much en route to a World Championship return, very much en route potentially to a tour card come the end of the year. But I suppose Bruno Stockley is going to be somewhat the unknown quantity. We know of him because he's played at World Cups in the past, but we don't know too much about what we're going to see from him over the course of this week.
No, and it feels like we've kind of said the same about all the 3 pairs that have come in. The Germans, we've seen it from the Danes, and you could say the same thing, like you say, with the Swiss. We know the calibre they've got, we know they've got experience, but it's how you take that experience that you've got and you play here at the Super Series. And unfortunately, it's one of those things that you don't know until you actually get here. So, as you say, Belmont, he'll be more than comfortable, but interestingly enough, Stockley going first for the Swiss pair.
First things first, I'm going to turn into Paul Nicholson for a couple of seconds. What a shirt Switzerland have. You were going to break into a Geordie impression for a second, weren't you?
I always worry when you say things like that. But yeah, we've already had Simpsons references, so nothing's going to surprise me today, Henry, I think.
Well, Stefan Belmont, we kind of said at the top of the show, in terms of an individual player, is the best player in this group. But there's a different quantity when you're playing pairs. And as we said, we don't quite know where Bruno's at this present moment in time. And so we'll see how that pair and that dynamic work up as the couple of days go along. But as far as Stefan Gier is concerned, he's won 2 Challenge Tour titles. He won Challenge Tour 5 in Milton Keynes at the beginning of the year. Got the better of Danny Janssen by 5 legs to 1 in that particular final. Then in Challenge Tour 14, also in MK back in May, beating a certain Keegan Brown in that particular final. Looking to get off to a rip-roaring start. But that top strokes low off the back of the 1-2-1.
But steady start for the pair from Switzerland, down to a double in 12.
121, Switzerland car 20.
So Bruno Stockley looking at double 5.
Shown the
finds the double 5, and that is a 14 darter to get the Swiss up and running.
Second leg Wales to throw first. Game on.
Wales, very much like Scotland, probably would have had higher expectations in terms of how they performed in Group 8. Kurt Parry, as I mentioned at the top of the show, he was visibly shaking his head, and it's not something we're used to seeing from him, and that was just signs of frustration coming through at perhaps the lack of consistency the pair could find. And when you do come back to a tournament, when you've done so well in the first edition, these guys from Wales, they were runners-up.
140.
You do have that extra expectation anyway.
Well, Richie Burnett's feeling rather better today, and that's for one reason and one reason only. Paul Hinks is here.
100.
Now, I walked into the building at the same time as Richie, as he had a little bit of a dance by the speaker. Totally normal Richie Burnett thing to do. And he said to Paul Hinks, "Paul, I'm glad you're here today. You're my lucky charm. However, at the same time, I'm scraping the bottom of a barrel."
140.
So it turns out the speaker's been an absolute irrelevance for him.
Oh, I don't know. It did play a bit of a part in yesterday's proceedings,
60.
including being a back scratcher for a little while. But that's why we love it. Every time Richie Burnett's on the stage, you never quite know what's going to happen. And that's not just on the oche, is it? It's
83.
what he does behind as
Wales
well.
car 116.
I don't know whether Richie Burnett is my favourite or most
44.
feared interview that I do here
Switzerland
at the
car
Super Series.
156.
I don't think I've ever done an interview with him where I've held it together.
$100. Wales car 72.
Well, Burnett looking at double top to level up at one apiece.
Game shot on the
Well,
second leg to Wales.
You can see that dart into the single trench, he obscured the target. He managed to find a way through to the top corner, and we're back
Game
on level terms at one apiece.
$100.
Arguably, though, the most competitive start to our pairs so far. The Swiss
40.
averaging just under 100. And the Welsh pairing around the mid-80s.
$43.
Bruno Stockley has had some kind of experience in front of the cameras on the big stages. It's only last year in Basel where he actually he beat Christoph Ratajski 6-3,
40.
only to run into a certain Luke Littler in the second round. 6-3, Luke Littler won, but obviously shows the signs that he's competitive and comfortable on those big stages, and showing it here.
82.
I'm sure that the second edition of the Swiss Darts Trophy, which takes place in a matter of weeks' time, will be high up on the priority list for him between now and the
100.
end of the year. Of course, there'll be localised qualifiers for the World Championship on the horizon over the course of the autumn. I don't know whether he's going to maybe travel to that and maybe try and get a seat through to Alexandra Palace via that particular route. For Stefan Bellman, he doesn't have to worry about that particular
60.
associate qualifier the way he's going on the Challenge Tour. Remember, 3 spots off of that particular order of merit system available for the World Champs in 2026. And because Darius Labanauskas is pretty much going to sew one up due to his position in the Pro Tour order of merit, it will probably go down to position number 4 on the Challenge Tour this year.
60.
Belmont and Stockley, they represented Switzerland back in 2024 at the World Cup of Darts. Didn't pick up a win. Actually, it took Switzerland 7
60.
attempts to pick up their
Switzerland
first win.
car
That came this year.
156.
Belmont was part of that team with Alex Fellman.
Another just above, and so Burnett will be back
100.
for 121.
Wales car 121.
Not to be on this occasion, and so Stockley will be back for 56 to open up a 2-1 lead. It's been a really positive start for the
81.
Swiss
Switzerland
pair
car
of
56.
Belmont and Stockley. And they find
Gage on the
themselves
third leg to
2-1 in
Switzerland.
front, courtesy of that double 10. Stockley taking out both the doubles for this Swiss pair so
Fourth
far.
leg Wales to throw first.
Now,
game on.
I have had a text off of somebody that me and you probably both know quite well, but I won't dob them in it because I'm going to dob somebody else in it via this text. Because
123.
the Swiss Darts Federation has been something that's gone on for a few years. It's going from strength to strength. I've actually been told that our producer
45.
here at the Super Series, Robbie Dove, was the MC for the Swiss Dart Federation for a few years.
I like that. You learn something new every day,
85.
right?
And I know he'll be watching even on his day off.
$58.
But we kind of mentioned about how Germany need that player, Denmark need that player. Stefan Belmont looks as if he's becoming that
60.
particular player for Switzerland. He looks like he's becoming the player that's really beginning to emerge from the pack and becoming the real name that they can lean on to, that they can kind of cast all their hopes on.
140.
Yeah, I do agree. He's had arguably the best year in terms of his darting career this year. Played on every single Pro Tour this year by way of being high up in the Challenge Tour. You do get those opportunities if the 128 isn't filled, and he's taken it up on every occasion. So he's getting a lot of darts practice as well. Actually, best he made was semi-final back in February.
81.
And if you look at the names that he beat en route to that semi-final, Richie Hedhouse, Rhys Griffin, Gerwyn Price, Ryan Joyce and Josh
45.
Rock to make the semi-final before losing to Ryan Searle. I mean, that is some list of players to get past.
And there's no beast more dangerous than Ryan Searle in February. He always
89.
starts the season well.
Will's the car,
But also it shows
148.
how on the Challenge Tour as well, if you have a good start to the season, particularly those first 5 events, it sets your year up. Burnett looking to find the 148, cannot find the second chub, which would have given him a dart at double 14. And so Belmont's going to be back here for a break
100.
of throw, which would put the Swiss
Swiss
3-1 up.
88.
And then he'd have the darts to the next to get the job done.
Yeah, frustration for Burnett, serving up a real opportunity here. And 2 darts at double 14, double 7.
Getting shown the fourth leg to
And
Switzerland.
well executed there by Stefan Belmont. They go within 1 of the match, and they are throwing
Fifth leg,
first in this
Switzerland
5th leg.
First. Game on.
Well, Richie Burnett, a full-on figure. He has a conversation with a Bluetooth speaker to give the prognosis as to what's going wrong.
81.
Which, if you said that about any other player, would sound as daft as houses, but that's just a pretty normal thing for Richie Burnett to do.
99.
And when we were talking at the top of the show, and we were saying, you know, for me, I feel like the start for those 3 teams coming in, South Africa, Scotland and Wales, they feel all important because they all would have been disappointed not to have been
60.
further up in the Group A, in their Group A campaigns. And we saw South Africa make that blinding start, winning 4-1 over Germany, but then Denmark getting the better of Scotland 4-0. And it's looking at the moment that Wales
60.
might fall by the wayside as well. And in Group C, you cannot afford to lose too many of these opening games because you make life very difficult for yourself.
80.
For Stefan, it's the first appearance here at the Super Series in 2025, and
15.
part of the reason for it is where the Champions Weeks have fallen, and he wants to give this the absolute full commitment. So, for example, one of them, the last one, fell in the Challenge Tour weekend. You can understand why he didn't want to sacrifice his Challenge Tour position. I think another one fell on a week where he qualified for something else, maybe Euro Tour or something. So he didn't want to play and then give away an opportunity for somebody else. Now, I don't know the scheduling for the next series, but because of the way the next Champions Week falls, I'm going to
41.
assume that it would fall nicer for him to play in Series 12.
$100.
Yeah, once again, down to a double. This time after 15 darts. It's been a really solid start from the pair from
100.
Switzerland.
Switzerland car 40.
Well, we knew that this man was the best player in the room, and Bruno Stockley is proving that he is a very valiant teammate of his. And put these two together, they could well be a dangerous quantity. Now, he's not going to go for the double 5 here. In fact, he's going to bust the score with Wells all the way back on 186. Wasn't going to leave his teammate in the doldrums.
Yeah, and that's an important part of pairs as well. Just thinking, right, if it was you, you might go for it, but if it's your teammate,
100.
leave them something handy.
40.
And it's been Stockley that's been doing the finishing in this game. Is he going to finish off this game?
20.
Well,
Wales
a
car
handful
86.
of match darts have been missed from the Swiss. Can Wales capitalise?
Oh, double 7. Double 7 to save it, and he
72.
can't find it.
Switzerland car 20.
And so Belmont is back once again to wrap the job up. To complete a 4-1 win,
Getting
no
shown the match for
mistake on double 10. And Switzerland get the better of the group favourite Wales by 4 legs to 1 in their opening games of the group. Sealed with a high 5. The Swiss player off to the perfect start. A 4-1 win against Wales. That's the tail of the tape from the third game of the day. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch South Africa take on Denmark. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. 3 games down on this Thursday afternoon, and before the break we saw Switzerland get the better of Wales by 4-1 to complete the first round's worth of fixtures. Laura Turner alongside me in the commentary box for all of the afternoon's action, and we're watching Denmark and South Africa go toe-to-toe here in game number 4 of the session. 2 nations that have won their opening games. The winner will become the first on to 4 points in the group. For the duo, Carl Gabriel and Devon Peterson, they got the better of Germany by 4-1. Had to bide some chances in the opening leg, but then once they got that first one on the board, they raced into a 3-0 lead and were comfortable from that point. Whereas Denmark got a clean sweep over Scotland, getting the better of Scott Campbell and Robert Thornton 4-zip. And it is the South African duo that's going to get it underway. The winner of this one will move on to 4 points in the group, and 2 of the teams that were maybe a little bit further down in terms of the betting got an opportunity to strike a early blow on the rest of the group.
100.
Yeah, I was really impressed with how South Africa, they kind of bounced back after the disappointment of just winning that one game in Group A. Came into this at 40-1, real big outsiders, but looks like most of the teams have upset the odds because the favourites coming into today, they were Wales and Scotland. They both lost 4-0 and 4-1 respectively. The Swiss, they were third favourites, did pick up a win, but Germany in fourth favourite, they did lose, but it's Denmark.
100.
Again, outsiders at 12-1, so it just goes to show, I think, it's quite hard to predict when it comes to pairs. It's about everything coming together for both players at the same time.
And I remember we mentioned it when Gibraltar were here in the last pairs week, that actually for some nations like Denmark, the likes of Eva and Andreas, they know each other better. I think they played pairs of each other before. So actually they'll be more in rhythm with it. So maybe in terms of ability, they may not have at this present moment in time with the top nation have, but what they do have is maybe a team chemistry that the others don't.
Yeah, and I think that's probably what makes the Dutch duo stand out, because they are almost like an artificial pairing as such, based on their individual ability, but they found a way to be able to play together. That's what makes them so dangerous.
Well, Jorgensen decided to persevere. The 20s could have gone ball with the first spot dropping low, but decided to stay and try and find a way through to the treble. Gabriel looking at tops, and now double 10. And that's the first leg that Denmark have conceded today. South Africa 1 up.
Second leg, Denmark to throw first. Game on.
Just see Gabriel in the background there. He's doing that kind of ghost throw.
59.
And we see that a lot from Devon Peterson. And it goes back to something you were saying in that first match, is how much Gabriel can learn from Devon Peterson, because that's probably a trait that he hadn't been doing quite so much, but we'd seen it a lot from Devon. We know that Devon is one of those players that he's a perfectionist. He always looks to see where it's going wrong. Indeed, if it's going wrong.
Well, one thing we have seen from Devon this week is the free-winged flight experiment has come to a close.
60.
It's gone back to a more traditional stem and flight combo, but I was kind of mentioning it with Scott Mitchell. To a certain extent, because there's an extra wing on the flight, and as crazy as it sounds, you almost got to readjust how you throw the dart, because it's going to go in the air and into the board at a different angle with 4 wings on it in comparison to 3 wings on it.
100.
Yeah, there you can see that traditional set up in terms of the flight.
122. $60. Denmark require 83.
So 83 for Denmark and 83 for Jorgensen. Double 16. Okay, go the flashy way.
67.
Yeah, good effort with the last. No real pressure, but you feel after that first start, that's a perfect land for Peterson. Just goes the wrong side.
64. Denmark require 16.
So Paulson looks at 2-8s. And gets 2-8s and gets us back on an equal kilter, 1-1.
Third leg, South Africa to throw first. Game on.
Well, Devon's got one of those end of years where he's got options. Because he won the Global Championship at the end of 2024, he's guaranteed to come back and defend it in December this year. But of course, he will be heading out to Kenya in a few weeks' time to take part in the PDC World Championship qualifier to try and book a return to the Alexandra Palace. And you get the sense this year that the field for that qualifier is going to be as fierce as ever been. We saw Cameron Carolison here a few weeks ago, played superbly. You could make an argument he might well be the best player in Africa right now. Peter Wachuri will be looking to go and have success once again. You've got Manpreet Kaur, we saw in the previous pairs, play very well for Kenya.
Yeah, Carolison, I think, even at the World Championships last year, for me, really did put in an exceptional performance.
Yeah, played superbly, didn't he, against Wessel Nyman. Was unlucky not to beat Wessel. Probably against most other players in that first round, he probably would have got through, but Wessel was superb.
Yeah, I agree. I do.
41.
I think what I like to see more than anything else is just that development, because I remember when he came in lockdown, got a bypass Vincent van der Voort. Well, hang on. The 161 was on, and the 161 is hit. It's a breaker throw for Denmark.
Fourth leg, Denmark to through first. Game on.
That could well be the springboard for Springborg.
Well, I'll be honest, there wasn't much of a reaction there from Poulsen, and I think you mentioned it was his nickname, Abracadabra. I think he was more poker face after that.
I don't know, 6 more perfect darts. They could go gaga. If they got the first ever pairs 9 darts, the paparazzi might have been after them for a few interview requests after they were done.
I'm already regretting mentioning poker face, I'll be honest.
60.
Well, this pairing's certainly not a bad romance so far, or a bad bromance, shall we say.
$134.
And who knows, come the end of the week, a star could well be born at the international pairs, or a star could be reborn in Adrian Jackpot Lewis, who will be back
60.
tonight from 10 o'clock.
Denmark Ricard, 105. $42.
And at the moment, things are looking rather shallow for South Africa because
95. Denmark Ricard, 63.
Denmark are back here for a 3-1 lead.
Let me interpret this for you. They are now on the edge of glory, right? I'm getting in there before you do. That's it. Now we're done. No more Gaga references, please. But talking about sheer brilliance, look at the average there for the Danish pair. Just under 100. Really, really good performance.
100. $66.
Have had a ton plus average this week. Sweden providing that in Group A.
60.
Denmark averaging at this present moment in time, before that previous visit, just under the ton. This has been a really good performance. And they beat Scotland convincingly in game 1, but this is a step up of class, a step up in level in terms of performance from that game to this. And they carry on in this kind of vein. They are going to be dangerous. Very, very dangerous.
Yeah, that 180 leaving the 161 once again. We've already seen it once from Denmark.
83.
Can the feat be replicated for the match? I can't hear. And South Africa on 152. They are on throw.
82.
But you get the feeling the way that the Danish pair are throwing that this is something that needs to go. And Devon Peterson throws that first one high.
There's not too much in truth South Africa could have done about this performance, but I suppose the frustration for them is the fact that they would have felt that they've really got themselves into play, and then the Danes have put this kind of performance in against them. But a match dart at double 11 has gone a miss for Jorgensen. Will hope to come back,
111.
but 111 for Gabriel to keep the game going.
It's the reaction of the players in the background. And that was close.
79.
Now under a bit of pressure.
8.
Double 4 for Even Poulsen
to
wrap the game up by 4 legs to 1. And that is back-to-back victories for Denmark and back-to-back big victories for the Danes. So playing great on this Thursday. It was a 4-0 success to kick off against Scotland, and one of the performances of the week there against South Africa. The 161, the highlight moment, in a superb display, an average of 97, 4 for 9 on their doubles. Next up, Wales take on Germany. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. So before the break, we saw Denmark get the better of South Africa by 4 legs to 1. Game 5, a meeting between Wales and Germany on this Thursday afternoon. Paul Kroner and Rene Idams representing the Germany team, with Kurt Parry and Richie Burnett representing Wales in this second edition of the international pairs. And both teams would have seen the pace be set by the Danes before the break, an average of 97 in that particular contest, and a team who were perhaps one of the more unheralded of the 6 that are playing today has certainly set out a bit of a statement, whilst now it's on the bookmakers' favourites Wales to respond to a 4-1 defeat that they ascertained to Switzerland in their opening match a couple of games ago.
Game on.
Yeah, already it's starting to look really rather interesting, this Group C. And you feel this is an important match for both of these, just to get a couple of points on the table.
135.
The one luxury you don't have in Group C is that luxury of time. You have the extra day in Group A, played over 3 days. This is just the 2, and you can just run out of matches.
100. $81.
Yeah, for Wales this week, it's been rather patchy. There's been glimmers of good stuff, but
85.
It's always felt a little bit stop-start. They've never looked as if they've found a real flow as of yet, but Kurt Parry's a type of player that once he gets going could be an immovable object. And here at the Super Series, when he gets going, is one of the real big maximum hitters.
For me, if Kurt Parry gets that first start right,
59.
the other 2 just flow behind.
105.
Well, Burnett's the type of player that needs to play off a spark. He would have seen the big score from Parry the previous turn, and that may have inspired him to the 105, which gives Wales a real footing in this contest.
I talk about bounce back ability after the disappointment of losing 4-1 in their opener. A 12-dart opening holder throw from the Welsh duo.
96.
Well, this is the reason why Kurt Parry throws first, because he is the power scorer of the pair. And if he can get Wales off to a decent scoring turn with the first visit, that then gives Burnett the energy to then go ahead and move forward, because he is the type of player, Burnett, that needs that a bit of adrenaline. So if Parry can do him that little favour with the first turn, that's when he can really get into his gusto-esque moves.
180.
Right, here's another maximum, but this time it is for Richie Burnett.
$138.
How many times do we see this? A team, or players usually here at the Super Series, have a couple of days where they're a little bit below their best, but all of a sudden they take it out on someone. Is that what Wales are beginning to do to this German team here?
27. Wales Ricard, 136.
Disappointing return there for Rene Idams.
Doesn't find the 136, but he's going to leave Kurt Parry in a decent position when he returns. 63 scored.
82. Jim
Leave
Ricard,
himself on
140.
54, or leave Parry on 54 if Kroner cannot find the 140, of which he can't.
$100. Wales Ricard, 54.
To double their lead, tops required.
Getting shown the second leg to Wales.
Tops found, and Wales back up that opening 12 with a 15-dart breaker throw.
Third leg Wales to throw first. Game on.
111.33, the Welsh average at this present moment in time. The German average of 88.12, by the way, in a pairs format, should not be sniffed that 1 bit.
85. $45.
But this has been the slight problem for both the players in the Welsh team.
11.
Is just that consistency, just those one or two small slips in a group like this, they can be punished severely.
81.
And obviously we've spoken about the likes of Steve Eaton, Adrian Lewis coming into Group B and how competitive Group B is.
41.
But I think as well, equally, there's only 2 teams that can go through this, and we've already seen markers laid down from Switzerland. We saw Denmark do it in the last. I think it's kind of a bit of an awakening for the rest, because there is no easy group. But you would probably rather avoid the likes of USA and England, Canada. You've got Sweden up there as well, Ireland. You might have wanted to avoid them if possible. Find yourself in Group C. Yes, there's less that go through, but actually this is proving that it's going to be a very competitive group as well, which doesn't surprise me in the least.
Well, on paper, you could make cases for and against all 6 teams, if you get where I'm coming from. You can see where their strengths are, but you could also make an argument as to why possibly somebody else could maybe get the jump over another.
$140. Germany car 149.
Big visit there. Precious this 149. Treble 19, the target for double 16 for a 149.
117.
And they threatened that a few times in their opening match, but just couldn't see off the doubles quick enough.
So Burnett 1-2-4 for 3-0. He's already taken out the 105 for Wales in this game. Is he also going to take out the 1-2-4?
81.
Dies low to the left with dart 3.
Game shown the third leg to Germany.
Yeah, audible cry of come on there. It is a breaker throw for Germany.
Fourth leg
Snuck
Germany
him right into the corner of the double 8. But I guess it doesn't matter where it goes as long as it goes in.
And now it's Team Wales' turn to have a team talk at the back of the stage. Germany back 81. In the contest. They haven't played badly. They needed to wait for the Wales drop-off in terms of levels from the first couple of legs. It looks as if that is beginning to happen, and now Germany looking to reach a bit more of a equal kilter.
100.
Although, have you seen Richie Burnett's new TikTok account, Laura?
59.
No, I haven't, but in the next break, I'm going to be on there.
Yes, because the Prince of Wales has his own TikTok account where he posts videos of him doing Richie Burnett things. There's actually a video of him and Kurt Parry in Portsmouth advertising their trip to the Super Series, in which Kurt Parry is in a car, Richie Burnett is in the passenger seat, and he's doing some questionable movements in the passenger seat of a car.
When you talk about Richie Burnett things, found his second maximum of the match. It's 3 maxes for Wales so far in this match.
Yeah, if you go on to his TikTok account, his first post is a video of him saying, "Hi, I'm Richie Burnett," does a little dance and say, "Come and join me on TikTok for a bit of banter."
60. Wales car 136.
But this would be no laughing matter. And he certainly won't be doing cartwheels after that first dart.
41. Germany car 161.
As handy as perhaps he would have liked for his partner Kurt Parry. May be irrelevant anyway. If Kroner can find the ball for what would have been the second 161 in as many matches.
Yeah, Kroner so far missing the 161, the 149.
55.
But they will get another chance here, Germany.
25.
Been a really good contest. Both teams averaging in excess of 90 at this present moment in time.
$19.
That last dart diverts low.
40.
An opportunity with 2-2's been missed. This a chance for Burnett to put Wales 3-1 up and have the darts to win it in the next. Double 10. No mistake at all. Wales have control of the game again and they're leg away from winning it.
Fifth leg Wales to through first. Game on.
Wales is winning legs so far. 1 in 12, 15. That last one in 17. They've definitely upped it from that opening match and they needed to.
Well, playing more like the team that we saw get to the final of the previous edition of the pairs tournament, losing out to the Dutch duo of Jimmy van Schie and Danny van Trijp, who've already qualified through to Saturday's final here in Portsmouth.
Yeah, we talk about team dynamics, and we know they're very comfortable playing with each other. They know each other quite well from a very similar region in Wales, and I think Kurt Parry really was looking forward to, and still looks forward to, playing with the legend that is Richie Burnett as well. Personality-wise, they are very, very different, but that seems to work for them as well.
Well, on another television network tonight, it's the grand finale of Destination X, but it's Destination Darts here on Pluto TV, a dedicated 24-hour channel. And from 10 o'clock tonight, we're going to see Adrian Jackpot Lewis make his competitive return to the sport after 2.5 years away. He'll partner Steve Beaton for England. All the action will be live tonight, 10 o'clock.
Junior car 170.
Here's another one of those. I don't know if that dropped 98. Or if that actually just clattered into the other dart in the board.
That's mightily unlucky. It's clipped the barrel. It's gone the other side of the treble one. And because of that, he can't even leave a finish, even with a treble with dart 3. 72. So 6 darts here for Germany to bring this game back to 3-2. Only the one dart required to do exactly that. That's a break back. The game returns to throw. 3-2 to Wales, but Germany have possession of the throw to take us all the way to a last leg decider.
And it is the perfect start in leg 6 for Germany. I don't know if you saw, but Richie Burnett in the background, he was just kind of shaking his head because, and I get it, the Germans have played really well so far in this match to stay in contention. That last leg they won in 15. Yes, the Welsh have just dropped off towards the tail end, but I think they would have felt like they've been mostly in control so far.
I think what's happened is when the German team are going back, they're fist bumping each other between every visit. And I think what's happening inadvertently, not deliberately at all, is I think it's just catching the eye line of Richie as he's going to step up to the oche to throw that first dart. I think that might be what the issue is. Nothing intentional, but something which is just subconsciously affecting Richie.
$121.
And of course, this is a fairly small stage to have 4 players on, where at the World Cup they play on a massive stage in Frankfurt, so there's time and space for you to move out the way. And so any small thing in your peripheral vision will catch on a stage like this. Double top to take us all the way.
80.
Yeah, it's been a really strong comeback from the German pairing.
41.
Richie Burnett, he doesn't really have an answer. I get it, when something is in the back of your mind, it is quite hard to shake off.
30.
Well, they're going to have to dust themselves off in what looks like it's going to be a last leg decider. They are going to have the darts in leg 7. But first things first, Germany got to polish this leg off.
6.
Well, a chance it is.
Wales car 170.
A long shot. It's the big fish required for a 4-2 victory. Richie Burnett steps up to the oche. Perfect first. Needs another one of those. For ball for a 4-2 and the big fish.
127.
Just drags it low.
Yeah, second time he's had a dart at the ball. It's hit that segment of the 7th. But Germany have had a bit of a scare and they survived the scare. They go all the way. Wales have the darts in a last leg decider.
So the final leg, Wales to throw first. Game on.
Not that what happened was deliberate, but you can certainly tell that little bit of frustration that Richie had in the fifth
82.
leg of the contest has just led to a little bit of tension on the stage. Everyone now forming a very orderly
100.
queue, almost 2021 social distancing from one another.
Yeah, as you say, I don't think anything was done with any kind of malintent involved. It's just one of those things. If something annoys you, you can't help sometimes but to react. You know, this is a game that they've been in control of, and they obviously want to get across the line. Neither team has any points to their name
60.
as yet. It's actually a conversation that Murph and I had yesterday, that you do notice the different dynamics.
93.
Sort of teams that play in Europe and actually in North America, that it's second nature to kind of high five in a pairs match, whereas you've watched the UK pair, the Welsh pair. Obviously we haven't seen the UK pair yet, I might
57.
be prejudging, but that tends not to be done.
And I think when you're playing for a team, emotions naturally heighten anyway. I mean, just ask Mr. Nicholson in that game against the Highbrecht brothers once upon a time at the World Cup. Where three players were having a bit of a scrap on the stage, and Ronnie Highbrecht was just laughing at the lot of it.
$100. Wales a car 145.
How important that last 140 from Richie Burnett proved to be. Left Kurt Parry on a 145, and it's chops for a 4-3 win.
105.
One match start come and gone for the Welsh duo.
And that would have bookended the game with ton plus finishes for Wales. Burnett found the 105 to kickstart the game, and he's going to get 3 match starts
64.
here. The double
Wales
top to
Car
round
40.
off a 4-3 victory. It's been a high quality affair. Been the best game standard-wise of the day so far. The tightest game of the day so far. And it is a win for Wales, and the favourites are back on track. A 4-3 success against Germany means they are off the mark in their second group of the week. For Germany, work to do. Having lost their opening 2 matches of the day, but for Wales, they are back on track. Coming up after the break, Scotland take on Switzerland. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're into game 6 of the day. Before the break, Wales got the better of Germany by 4 legs to 3. Game 6, a meeting between Switzerland and Scotland. And for the pair of Stefan Belmont and Bruno Stockley, looking to build on what was a very good first win in their opening match. Decent performance. Missed a few darts on the double towards the end of that game, which kind of dragged their average down, but there was a lot about the performance against the Welsh alike. Up against Scotland, who lost 4-0 to Denmark in their opening game. What are we going to see in this one? And I suppose the big question is, are we going to see
66.
Switzerland build on that really decent opening performance of theirs?
Yeah, there's an argument, isn't there? Those first round of 3, there was some slightly edgy performances. Denmark,
55.
Yes, they won, but 71 average coming on. But that vast improvement we saw in round 2 against South Africa, a 97 average, the highest we've seen so far today. For me, Switzerland, they came out, and as you say, it was a really strong,
97.
solid performance.
$40. $100.
Scott Campbell, he's playing in his second international pairs event. He partnered John Henderson last time. Robert Thornton, his partner on this particular occasion.
64.
And we were both here on that Saturday night where it went all the way to a 9-dart shootout of the group stages, and he had 2 scoring visits because one player would throw 6 darts, another player would throw 3, and in both of his scoring visits he hit a 180.
Yeah, it was. It was an unbelievable scenario anyway to get a 9-dart shootout, but which we always enjoy. But to get it in a pairs event, it was a spectacle to see so many players kind of squeezed up on the stage in front of an absolute packed house. But then for Scott Campbell to, as you say, go 180 with 6 darts in hand, you can't ask for anything more. It's complete perfection.
Yeah, I think the player at the back of that particular queue was almost in row A. And that single 3 means that he cannot finish from this point onwards. It was the only place where he couldn't leave himself on a finish. And that's a bit of a mess there from Scott. Belmont looking at 152. Just underneath with dart 1. So Thornton will be back for 79. Should get a dart upon his return.
60. Scott Lucar, 79. $59.
And you
Ricard, 92.
Didn't quite get the lift over the top, and for all the players for tops to fall to, you would almost kind of bank on Robert Thornton being able to find the target. Prolific tops hitter.
Well, that squeezed to the triple AT, which left double 16, which has grazed the wire, and so Campbell will be back for double 10 to eventually take out this opening leg. They've kind of stuttered towards the doubles of the Scots in this opening leg. The double 5 gets them over the line to give them a 1-0 lead.
Second leg, Switzerland to throw first. Game on.
That being their first leg that they've won so far today, and something hopefully they will look to build upon.
60.
Well, that's a beautiful first dart for Robert. And when he's on it,
100.
that usually is converted into a max. Now, it's time for our fun facts of the day, Laura.
Does that still happen, Henry?
I actually
40.
had a text message off of Owen Binks after the session on Tuesday, and he said it was his favourite segment that he has ever listened to from me in the commentary box. Mind you, the alternative is the Tungsten Teaser. But would you like
17.
some fun facts about Switzerland?
Yes, I'd love some, because I'm going to get them anyway, so I might as well embrace this.
Switzerland has 4 official languages: German, French, Italian,
100.
and Romansh. It's been neutral since 1815 in all international conflicts, even during the First and Second World War. And it has no official capital city, although Bern acts as the de facto capital, referred to as the federal city. About 60% of Switzerland is covered by the Alps, making it a haven for hiking, skiing and snowboarding. It has around about 1,500 lakes, and in Switzerland you are never more than 10 miles from a lake. Swiss people consume the most chocolate per capita in the world. Incredibly.
41. Switzerland car 161.
Despite being in the middle of Europe, Switzerland does not use the euro, it uses the Swiss franc.
133.
Well, this has been a good response, perhaps spurned on by the fun facts that we've just heard from Henry Deacon about Switzerland.
28.
Nothing inspires you more than some fun facts, because it means if you play better, I'll read out less of them. Robert was looking on hopeful at the back of the stage, and his hope sprung eternal. Now, Scotland haven't left themselves on a finish, but 7 as a combination is incredibly tricky for Stockley to come back and convert.
.26. Switzerland car 7.
Does manage to leave a finish, Scott Campbell, but it's double 2 here for Stockley.
5. Scotland car 157.
Well, things could get interesting if Thornton can score well from this point onwards, because Belmont will not like
40.
the prospects of heading towards
Switzerland
the
car
madhouse.
2. Getting shot on the second leg to Switzerland.
Switzerland eventually do level up at 1 apiece, courtesy of that double one from Stefan Belmont.
Game on.
And I do wonder with the Scottish pairing, because they are, obviously everyone's familiar with players on the tour and on the circuit and things, but they're not players that
81.
know each other particularly well. They seem to have been getting on absolutely fine here at the Super Series, but it looks like
85.
to me they're trying ever so hard to play well for each other, and that's another dynamic of pairs where you try and force a situation, whereas normally you can kind of relax, and if you don't play so well, it's just yourself that you're kind of letting down. You try extra hard because you don't want to let your partner down as well.
And it's where it goes the other way, where you're thinking too much about the other person, that you sacrifice yourself and you forget what you do so well.
81. .99.
I think every player can empathise. We've all been involved in matches where no matter what you throw at it, just won't quite click.
41. .59. One of them, 40.
Well, time 140 there. Stefan Belmont leaving 154 for Stockley, and
41.
Robert Thornton there just not able to find any kind of response.
It's just not happening for the Scottish pair right now, and Switzerland have to take full advantage of it.
.104.
Well, Switzerland back for double top, and Paul Hinks has had a recalibration of a number, and I think it's tickled a couple of the players on stage.
And it's the one thing I will say about the international
60.
pairs this week.
Swiss 40.
There has been some real fun moments up on the stage, and Robert and Scott can't actually hold it quite together up there.
Bellman's able to tickle the double 10 to go 2-1 to the good.
4-5 Switzerland through first. Game on.
And almost the perfect start to leg number 4 for Bruno Stockley.
Well, you get the sense the Swiss pair have the ability
96.
just to up it. They've got that extra little bit of firepower. They've got that extra little bit of quality at this present moment in time. They know if they could just switch it on for a couple of legs, they'll be out of here in no time at all. And 140 followed by 180 puts themselves into the tailwind in this particular leg.
And sometimes when you know your opponent's not playing well, you really want to make the most of it. And we can visibly see, despite Scotland winning that opening leg, they haven't been able to just recapture that form. You want to exploit it. You want to make
59.
You just want to make those inroads. That's exactly what they're doing now.
$44. Switzerland 122.
So 1-2-2 for Belmont. Doesn't have to attack this if he doesn't want to. Now what about setting up for 1-1-8?
42.
80 left for Stockley when he comes back.
$41. Switzerland 80.
So 80 for Switzerland to move 3-1 up. 75 left, doesn't have to go 25 ball.
$40.
Stockley there just ensuring those big numbers. They've got that big lead. Robert Thornton just looking to chip away at it.
64. Switzerland
Not doing
40.
anything stupid and leaving Belmont on top to double he loves. That's team play at its absolute best. What he doesn't want to do is come inside here. Grazes the wire, but
20.
Stockley will be back.
Yeah, we've talked about the exploits of Stefan Bellman on the Challenge Tour this year. Scott Campbell himself picked up a title on the Challenge Tour, sitting 15th on that table. So we know he's got that calibre. He's just
20.
struggled a little bit at times to reproduce it in this pairs event.
Game shown the 4th leg to Switzerland.
Well, Switzerland open up a 3-1 lead. The double 10 is found.
5th leg Scotland through first. Game on.
And Scott Campbell in that position, despite not playing the full complement of Challenge Tour events in 2025.
59. $140.
This would be some start for Switzerland if they can make it 2 wins out of 2. Them and Denmark would both be on 4 points, and they would meet in game number 8 of the session.
Scott Campbell there able to respond with a 140 in kind to Stockley's.
125.
But this is the problem when both the Swiss pair start getting their scoring power together. We saw it in the last leg. They are mightily dangerous.
58.
Well, all about just seeing the job through now for the Swiss.
60.
But the 60 does open up the door here for Scotland if Campbell can score big.
121.
A real raise of the eyebrows from Scott Campbell, after those first two trebles went in, I was to say, where have they been? But perhaps that little lapse in concentration pulled it into the one.
And this 1-2-3, simply put, is going to have to go because Stockley's been left on tops after 12. But the 1-2-3 may go. As easy as 1-2-3. And that could well be the spark for Scotland.
Six leg Switzerland through first. Game on.
Love that, smiles all round. In what was the best leg of the day so far for the Scottish pair. 15 darts. 1-2-3, as you said, you felt had to go, but now they need to back it up.
And also, you know what that will mean on the other side of the coin, because Switzerland left themselves on tops after 12 to win the match. They've seen a big finish hit against them. It's now how they respond to that kind of adversity.
$57.
But if Chris Mason was sat in this seat, he would say, setbacks make forget-backs.
One of them, 40.
And again, it's just another solid scoring leg, but it's a vast improvement over the last couple when the pressure's really been on for Scotland in this match. They've just started to find those big trebles.
All of a sudden here, you feel like Switzerland have got to get the job done sooner rather than later, because Scotland are just beginning to improve and just beginning to ask one or two awkward questions of this Swiss pair.
Yeah, the questions keep on coming, especially if this third dart finds a treble.
Switzerland car 104.
Well, it's a single, but I agree. There is pressure on this 104.
But Stockley's going to get a match dart at double 12.
92.
Inside it goes.
68.
This time they have had an opportunity to win this match. But Ford to keep this game going, to take us all the way. It's the bullseye again.
43.
But it just drifts right.
Switzerland car 12.
Yeah, couldn't quite repeat the feat. Robert Thornton couldn't quite save Scotland or save the match, but Belmont still needs to see it out here.
Yeah,
see it out, he does. It is a 4-2 victory in the end for Switzerland over Scotland. Fast improvement for Scotland towards the tail end of the match, but just consistency from the Swiss pair. It included a maximum 7 130 pluses and 4 from 18 on the outer ring, sees them through. Coming up next, South Africa take on Wales. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We have had our first 6 matches completed, and as you can see that Denmark have won both their fixtures, 4-0 and 4-1. They've been quite comprehensive. It was a 4-1 loss to South Africa, but they bounced back, almost getting over the line against Wales. But it's been an interesting mixed bag of results throughout, and Switzerland have been probably the most dominant of the pairs so far, winning both their matches. Well, we go back into the action. Match number 7. Yeah, you can see the players warming up on the stage. And it is a really unique venue, isn't it, for these players? We've heard quite a lot of the players talk about it and how it can take sometimes a little bit of time to adjust. Well, these guys have been here all week. They've played each other a few times in Group A as well. Group A, as we've mentioned before, for South Africa, you know, it was a difficult time for them, just picking up the 1 win. Wales winning all 3 of their encounters. But for me today, it's been kind of a game of 2 halves for Wales. They really had to battle to get past Germany in their last match, and they were absolutely blitzed by Switzerland in the opener.
But there were signs in that second game, wasn't it, that maybe it was just beginning to click again for Kurt Parry and Richie Burnett. It's been an in and out kind of week for them so far, but maybe that was the spark that they needed. But you're totally right about the venue. It's almost a little bit of a throwback stage venue, if you get what I mean. You look at some of the big stages that are played on now, maybe the exception of the Winter Gardens in Blackpool. You look at all the big TV events, they're played on big stages and big arenas. This is almost a little bit of a throwback. It's a circus tavern. It's a lakeside type venue where the stage is very, very tight, and so you're very spatially aware of what's happening around you.
It's a strange combination, actually, because I liken it when we play here in the week. I liken it to maybe almost like a Pro Tour when you're actually on the stream, and I know it's not on a stage, but you've got the cameras there, you've got the quietness, you've got the cooler, so you've got that atmosphere that you start off in, and then all of a sudden you get the crowd come in, and then, as you say, you liken it to one of the more intimate venues, but. Yeah, it's a great experience, and I think I don't know many players that have actually, that have ever said how much they haven't taken from the experience here. I know there's a few that took a while to warm to it, especially the ones that have never played on a Pro Tour, but it's a brilliant place to play.
Well, Carl Gabriel can't find the 1-2-1. The 1-2-6 was a shot that Jimmy Van Schie had to win Champions Week a couple of weeks ago. It's one that Burnett's looking at to take the opening leg of this contest. He's going to get a dart. But at what target? 6-6.
120. South Africa 64.
Rubbish, he says.
Trying to use that as a bit of a guide.
24. Wilson car 6.
Audible from Deb as well. Not happy with that outcome.
Getting shown the first section.
And that's the reason why can't afford to give these Welsh pairings too many opportunities.
Second leg Wales to throw first. Game on.
Break found Wales a leg to the good.
And I think this match particularly, it offers a little bit of a different dynamic because, as I mentioned, they have played each other throughout the week. South Africa haven't been able to get past the line against Wales. They have really struggled against this pair, and that was a real key opportunity that Devon was audibly frustrated by.
Because they've been the opportunities that they've missed and been punished for all week long. And we saw it particularly in that previous game against Denmark, where 57. They had a couple of opportunities at a double. That was all they were afforded. They were completely outplayed by a brilliant Denmark team who averaged 97 in that particular contest. And we kind of said at the time, I think the big frustration would have been the fact that that came off the back of a win against Germany, and they were beginning to feel good about themselves, and then they were pulled to pillar and
58.
post by the Danes.
$60.
And here's the Danes that are the team to beat. They're just above Switzerland in terms of legs difference, having both amassed maximum points so far.
180.
There is the first maximum of the match. It does leave Kurt Parry on a finish when he comes back.
60. Wales
Just
Car,
beginning to click now for
144.
Wales. You could just see that they're working in better rhythm, better synergy, and they're getting
44.
better results, it seems, as a consequence. And they're going to come back for 2-0 lead. Burnett looking at a ton on the nose to give South Africa a bit of a punch on the
100.
nose.
Wales Car, 100.
Looking at tops. That was a rather
60.
safe
South Africa Car,
first
90.
dart at tops.
Stay there for ball.
65. Wales
Just
Car,
clips the
40.
wire.
Getting shot in the second leg
And
to
once
Wales.
again, a miss from South Africa is punished by Kurt Parry and Wales.
Third leg South Africa to throw first.
You make
Game
an
on.
argument. This is one of South Africa's better performances of the week, and yet they're still getting punished for a couple of mistakes by Wales. 2-0 they lead, and
100.
smile firmly back on the faces of Messrs Parry and Burnett. That first dart means one thing.
125.
No, but I do tend to agree. When Kurt Parry gets that first dart right, the next two do tend to sail in.
60.
Kurt's also a little bit ambidextrous. He's very good with his left hand as well as his right hand.
41.
It could be the next Super Series challenge
55.
we could do. Throw in with the alternative hand, maybe a little few challenges.
Graham Usher's good with his right hand as well.
58.
We see it in snooker, don't we? Judd Trump's effective with his weaker hand, as too is Ronnie O'Sullivan. Not something that we've seen adopted in this particular sport as of yet.
60.
Could you actually imagine, though? Oh, the angle's not quite right for my right hand, so I'm going to drop it over to the left.
I can imagine one or two players getting the right hump if that happened against them.
Yeah, there's still players that can't get over the fact that people go
60.
for two doubles, like a double-double finish still, because you go back, say, 10, 15 years, and that was considered kind of showboating, but now it makes sense.
Oh, do you remember the incident with Kev Painter and James Wade all those years ago, where Kev took exception to someone
97.
going tops against him? Now it's considered a miscalculation if you don't go that particular way, because by going the double-double,
One of
you
them, 40.
go for a target
South
here,
Africa,
which increases your
129.
chances of taking out the finish.
$21. Wales Car, 77.
Single 18 for tops.
37. South Africa Car, 108.
It's the third consecutive leg where South Africa, they're still in the leg. Does need a treble.
48. Wales Car,
So
40.
tops for Parry for free zip.
Getting shown
No
the third
mistake
leg
at
to
all.
Wales.
That's the double break for Wales. And just going back to that particular point, we're also going to see A.D. Lewis in action
Fourth leg
tonight.
Wales to throw first.
Remember
Game
when he
on.
hit that blind 180 in that infamous game against Peter Manley almost 20 years ago now, incredibly. Now, at that time, it was that rare, never seen before, that there was a
96.
20-minute feature on Sky the next night about it. Nowadays, that just happens here, there and everywhere.
And you mentioned, obviously, the incident with Kevin Painter as well. And I
121.
was having a look over the records, and it was back in 1994. I was going to save it for the Denmark game because it's relevant, but Richie Burnett beat Kevin Painter in the final of the Denmark Open. So Kev gets a couple of mentions.
100.
I'm sure he's going to be glad for both of them. I hope you're well, Kev, if you are watching. But that also goes to underline Richie Burnett's longevity. And I remember having this conversation with Scott
137.
Mitchell at the seniors event a couple of months ago. For somebody he's had to battle in terms of his throw and all the rest of it, he's somebody that would not strike
41.
you as someone that would have the longevity that he has. But you have to give him credit for the fact that he's still at the sharp end of the sport 30 years after winning the World Championship.
43.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was you that reminded him about that last time, much to his disapproval, I'd say. But you are right. I totally agree. And I think a lot of that, as with any sport, if you don't enjoy it, it becomes very difficult. And I think what you'd say about
85.
Richie is he's still so passionate, still absolutely loves the sport. And that's half the battle when you've done something for so long.
Well, still wanting to play darts forever. Last time he was here, he played at a local competition.
65.
I'll tell you a little story about it. We've got a little bit of time. He was playing on the end board. He had a Burnett-esque scorpion kick, and he took a coat of paint out of the wall in a
95.
local darts club.
South Africa 135.
You get the feeling this was a shot that really did have to go. Peterson desperately seeking out a treble now.
41. Wales car 84.
So this for a 4-0 victory, and Wales are looking like the favourites that the bookmakers had them out to be at the beginning of the day. It was a slow start, but an opportunity to win back-to-back games. With decent performances with both. They're not going to take out the 84 this time, much to his frustration, playing to ponder for Burnett. He's going to leave
48.
Parry on double 18.
South Africa 94.
South Africa have been restricted to just the 3 darts at a double. But again, there is another shot within range. And it's tops the target.
54. Wales car
Just can't
36.
convert. They haven't had a lot of darts, but just missed a few too many.
Getting shown the
And
match
Kurt
away.
Parry isn't going to let them get away with it. It's a 4-0 win for Wales. They're beginning to go through the gears of the pairing of Kurt Parry and Richie Burnett. And after an opening win, that's back-to-back defeats now for South Africa. Wales move on to 4 points. They move themselves back into situ with a 4-0 win against South Africa. Next up is a meeting of the 2 unbeaten nations as Denmark take on Switzerland. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're at the midway point of our session before the boats of Wales get the better of South Africa by 4-0. Game number 8 is a meeting between Switzerland and Denmark, the two unbeaten nations going head-to-head, but only one will be able to harbour a 100% record in this group come the end of this particular contest. Even Poulsen and Andreas Tov Jorgensen have been superb for Denmark, and they put in the performance of the day in their previous game against South Africa, an average of 97 and a 4-1 success. As for Switzerland, well, they have looked solid so far. They've missed a few darts at a double, admittedly, but their scoring has been imperious at times, and they have just had too much for the opposition they've come up against in Wales and Scotland up to press. So two teams of unbeaten records going head-to-head. And the winner of this will have a great opportunity to really set themselves up and set their stall at the top of the pile.
Yeah, it's an interesting tie for me because, as you say, we've seen some absolutely brilliant stuff from both pairings.
45.
It was the Welsh and Scottish pairings that came into today's
45.
proceedings as favourites. Denmark was actually 5th out of the 6 teams in terms of how people rank their chances. That's what we love about darts.
81.
People that defy the odds.
Yeah, the winner of this one will have a great standing in terms of the league table, and you get the sense if Denmark can win this game, they'll really begin to believe.
98.
Not they didn't have the belief anyway, but they'll know they've given themselves a great opportunity to qualify through to Saturday night, in which both players, Andreas and even haven't experienced in a singles format here at the Super Series.
85.
But you know what they say about a problem shared is a problem halved, and maybe that could be the secret towards their success this week.
$26.
Bit of a slip there. Just offers Stefan Belmont the opportunity to get down to a finish first. We'll need to find that treble. Finds the first. Finds the second.
133.
And it's moments like that and scores like that we've been seeing of Stefan Belmont throughout the year on the Challenge Tour, on the Pro Tour.
60. Switzerland Ricard 140.
So 140 for Bruno Stockley to take out the opening leg. Not to be, and so Poulsen steadies himself in the background ahead of a attempt
60.
at 149.
Denmark Ricard 149.
Taken out to 161 already today. So you're going to find another big one. Goes wide with dart 2. 68 remaining.
101. Switzerland Ricard 80.
He leaves himself a lot of room above that treble 20. And a little lift here for tops.
40. Denmark Ricard 48.
Just a lift a bit too high.
Game shown the first leg to Denmark.
Well, having a word with himself as he hit the
Second leg
double, but he'll
Switzerland
be
to
pleased
first.
nonetheless that
Game on.
Denmark are on the board.
$43.
Obviously, as we've mentioned, both teams winning 2 from 2. But if there's any slight criticism I'd have on either team, it would be the Swiss pair, because the one element that they haven't been clinical enough on so far is that doubling. They've had to rely either on their opposition just not quite performing enough, or just the power scoring that we've seen that they can do. Their opening
100.
match, they beat Wales 4-1, but it was 4 from 14. It was 10 missed at the outer ring. Their last outing, 4-2 win over Scotland, but 4 from 18. And I think
60.
when you start playing the other teams that seem to be in form, you will get exposed.
$60.
Let's have a look at the shirt of Switzerland, because it is very, very impressive, isn't it? I see that they couldn't afford the
59.
lettering for the whole of the name, which is why they've gone for Swiss. And I tell you what, if you look on the left sleeve of both players' shirts, that flag's a big plus.
Did you
100.
work that whole thing in just to say that? Really?
Yes, yes, I did.
And in fairness, they put Swiss down the back. Switzerland is a long name.
It is. £10 per letter.
100.
Use up half their prize money if they went out before Saturday on the lettering of those shirts.
100. Denmark to car 102.
102 for Denmark to open up a 2-0 lead. And it's Andreas Tov Jorgensen who went down for the bullseye first.
70.
Does
Switzerland
leave
car
things
98.
handy for his teammate. We'll leave him on double 16 if Belmont cannot find the 98.
Well, he's got 2 opportunities here for double 19. That's a great first start. He should be able to just lift above
60.
and goes
Denmark
to the
car
right.
32. $24.
But Paulson not able to
Switzerland car
punish.
38.
And I wonder whether those are going to be the opportunities that change the tide of this particular contest. A chance of 2-0 has gone a begging, and Stockley will pick the pieces up to get the Swiss back level.
Third leg Denmark to through first. Game on. $81. 100. 135.
Belmont looking for a couple of trebles here, put themselves back in contention for this leg. And you just wonder how costly
100.
those misses in the last leg for Denmark will prove to be.
$100. 140. 81. Switch to the car 161.
161 for Belmont to get the break in to put Switzerland 2-1 to the good. Cannot get this time, and so Jorgensen will return, looking at 104.
25.
Had an opportunity to go 2-0 up in this game, did Denmark. Looking to re-establish the lead once again, and Andreas does not like the Lyre Dart one, despite the fact he's in the treble, which is why he's chased down for the single 10 to lead
84.
tops. Didn't want to go to that 18
136.
again and cause any kind of unnecessary dramas.
And it was a sensible move, but is it one that could be punished? 88 for the 136, and the 136 is found. It is suitably punished by Bruno Stockley.
Fourth leg Switzerland to through first. Game on.
I mentioned it in that last leg. It was Denmark who had the opportunity, but how much were they rude, just missing those couple of darts at a double.
Could be 3-0 up, but find themselves 2-1 down in this particular game
96.
do the Danes. Which means it is time for our Danish fun facts for the day.
60.
Now, Denmark has the oldest flag, the oldest national flag still in use in the world. Dates back to 1219.
100.
It was the place where Lego was invented. And the word Lego comes from the Danish legot, meaning play well.
83.
The toy was invented in Bioland, where Lego's HQ and theme parks still are. The Vikings originated from Denmark. You can still visit Viking museums and
129.
reconstructed longboats. Now, ironically, the beloved Danish pastry was introduced to Denmark by Austrian bakers back in the 1800s.
180.
And Andreas there, able to sandwich 3 in there.
I'll be honest, I never really know what to say when you finish your fun facts.
It's usually shut up, isn't it?
I might think it, but I'd never say it.
Just say what the rest of you think.
140.
Well, what I do think
Crystal
is
Car,
that is a great
136.
response, but we've just seen a 136 from Bruno Stockley. He's not going to get a second. And a real opportunity for the Danes to come back and break the throw of the Swiss.
96. Denmark car 38.
So this for 2-2. Andreas looking at 38.
Getting
Straight for the
short
double
of
19,
Denmark.
straight in the double 19. Back level we are.
Fifth leg Denmark to throw first.
And again, it's another match. It's really competitive. You look at the stats with a couple of 180s from the Danes. They're averaging just under 90. 2 from 7 on the outer ring. That's probably where they could have pinched a couple more legs because there has been improvement
134.
on the doubling from Switzerland. 2 from 6. But again, they're averaging around the mid-80s. And it's kind of what we would expect based on what we've seen so far from them both.
It's also fair to say when you look
43.
at both nations' first couple of games, they weren't really pushed by their opponents, but being pushed by each other here, and it's brought the standard up as a result. It's given both nations
99.
that sense of urgency, particularly Switzerland, who were able to miss those opportunities and still get away with it in their first couple of games. They know they haven't got that luxury here.
Yeah, and it'd probably be quite frustrating because Switzerland, they had to find a breaker throw. They found it a couple of legs back, but were broken straight back by Denmark. So they're in that same position where if they are going to win and get 3 from 3, they're going to have to find another way to break the Danish pair.
85. $60.
But it's another thing as well. Obviously, you've just mentioned it. Neither have been particularly pushed. They've played very well, but they've won comfortably. And it'll be interesting to
49.
see who out of the players whose throw will hold up when they are under that little bit more pressure.
Well, Switzerland have had an off leg at the worst possible time. Stefan may be able to arrest some of the damage if he can pile in a match, which he does.
180. Denmark car 134.
Yeah, and a nod of approval there from Stefan Belmont.
But Denmark very much in control of this leg,
94.
which would put them to within a leg of
Switzerland
winning this
car
contest and
160.
within a leg of winning a 3rd consecutive game. Stockley's got no grandeur of ideas of 160 finishes, and so pulls them back for tops to go within a leg.
60. Denmark car 40.
Chasing it around.
35. Switzerland car 100.
Yeah, shake of the head, because when you're in that situation, if you're going to miss double 5, you want it to be high, and it's afforded another chance here, and it is the break opportunity the Swiss have been looking for.
90. Denmark car
But tops
5.
and 10s have gone a begging for Belmont, who almost pulled off an escapology act in this leg because they were a long way off the mark.
Getting shown the 5th leg to
Denmark
Denmark.
just about crossed the line. 3-2.
The reaction there from
Six legs,
Toft
Switzerland to third first. Game on.
Jorgensen was almost instructive as opposed to a celebration. It was like, yes, that's it. Yes, it's there. Don't worry about it.
It's very Scandinavian
121.
business-like, isn't it? Yes, it's done. Move on to the next.
131.
Nicknamed Tofty, which sounds like some kind of
180.
chocolate, doesn't it? A Tofty toffee.
Would that not be a toffee then, not a chocolate?
A Tofty fee?
135.
I see what you're saying.
And of course, Switzerland
100.
is very much the home of chocolate. Well, maybe not a Toblerone on offer here, but
45.
a ton is on offer
Switzerland
here.
100.
Yeah, we saw Belmont miss 2 at the doubles off a ton. We might just get afforded the one opportunity, needed the treble.
52. $100. Switzerland
Big last
48.
start, just touches on the shoulder there of Bruno Stockley. But it's double 16 for 3 apiece, double 8.
40. Denmark
Doesn't
90.
go. And for Denmark, an opportunity to get their 3rd consecutive win and to put themselves in pole position in this group. It's a very safe dart to guarantee a match dart the ball, which is got by Andreas Toft Jorgensen. A 4-2 win secures Denmark's 3rd success of the day. There's certainly the surprise packages on this Thursday, but they are good value for the position they find themselves in, and that position is pole at the top of the group. That's the tail of the tape. Denmark 4, Switzerland 2. Next up, Germany take on Scotland. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we saw Denmark get their third consecutive win at the beginning of the day. A superb start for the pairing of Even Springborg Poulsen and Andreas Toft Jorgensen. A 4-2 win over the Swiss pair of Stefan Baumont and Bruno Stockley. Game 9 sees Germany and Scotland go head-to-head. Reddy Idams and Paul Kroner representing Germany. Scott Campbell and Robert Thornton representing the Scots. And two nations that are yet to get off the mark as of yet. The only two teams yet to pick up a win. Obviously, that will change for one come the end of this one. But for the loser of this game, you feel already it is going to be a long way back to try and chase the pack.
Yes,
First leg,
not
Germany
impossible,
first.
but very, very difficult, especially in Group
Game
C. And I will say, Scotland visibly struggling in their first fixture, brought that into the second, but then I felt that there was a sense of improvement towards the tail end of the match. They really fought to get back in it in their match against the Swiss pair. Germany, however,
100.
just feel probably more consistent. They lost 4-3 at the hands of Wales, but averaged around the 85 mark, which, as we've mentioned, you know, for a pairs match,
83.
that's nothing to be sniffed at.
To kind of put it into context, we often say that the Grand Prix averages there's about a 10-point buffer. With pairs, I don't quite know what the buffer is. You'd probably say maybe a region between 5 to 10 points, just because of the fact that you're not throwing every single time, so you're not going to be as in rhythm as you would be in a singles game, for example.
99.
Yeah, and it can, like you say, upset your rhythm, and especially if you play against players that, as we would describe, as more methodical. And if you're playing a pairing like that, the weight between throws, obviously, it's even more exacerbated. So, yeah, it's definitely a different skill, and one that the Scottish pair seem to be warming to.
Yeah, it's part of the reason why Scott Mitchell's not representing England, because waiting for him between throws would be like waiting for a bus.
If you're listening,
59.
Scott, I hope you're well.
Jimmy
But
Carr, 148.
also, Henry knows that when he sees you next, he's going to have to run.
Yeah, I might need the autumn health kick.
116.
Scotland need to make a kick. Both teams need to make a
80.
kick because of the positions that they find themselves in this particular group. Double top for the Fawn.
Getting
And
shown
it
the first leg,
goes 1-0
Scotland.
to Scotland with the breaker throw.
Second leg, Scotland to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, that was a good ending to the leg,
60.
especially for Robert Thornton. Hit that maximum and then 80 out in 3.
$42. $59. $140.
I just wonder as well whether the tempo of this game may actually fall into one another's hands. And what I mean by that is
140.
we know that the German pair of Paul and Rene like to give out their emotions a little bit. And I reckon that could consequently maybe fire Robert Thornton up a little bit.
137.
Yeah, because as a player, the one thing you don't want to hear is the opponent cheering because they've seen off a leg or hit a big score.
72.
And it's kind of accentuated in the room that they play in at the moment because there is no one else in there.
I'd love to hear
27.
what a Gerwin
Scott
Price-esque
McCall,
roar
170.
would sound like in this particular building.
Yeah, that would be something. And this would be something. Ball for Thornton.
145. Jimmy Carr, 155.
Fired up, all right, and he had the 1-2-3. Did he on the balls? I was unable to oblige with that. Crow unable to oblige with 155, and so Campbell
125.
back for 25 for 2 zip.
25.
Big dart incoming.
Game shown the
Big
second
dart
leg,
found.
Scotland.
And yeah, a little bit of a reaction there from Scott Campbell. Haven't seen too much of that from the Scottish pair, but they've come out and they look fired up and they're on target to produce one of the best performances of the day.
Well, they might be the bottom two of the group, but after a couple of legs, this is shaped up to be a really good contest. Both teams averaging in excess of 90 at this present moment in time.
123.
Yeah, Robin Thornton just opting to switch on that second dart. Didn't look like it was firmly in the treble 20.
100.
I think because it was a bit last minute and Robert Thornton plays to that rhythm, just didn't give himself enough time to adjust.
That's an excellent one for you, because dart 1 was horrendous for Scott Campbell.
$92.
They're ticking all right. Averaging 103 and a potential 11 darter to go 3-0 to the good.
$38. Germany car 154.
To rescue the leg, the 154 though, not going to go for Germany.
64. Scotland car 20.
The way Robert Thornton's been playing, you think first start straight out.
10. Germany car 90.
But opportunities have come and gone for that 3-0 lead, and Idams here is going to get 2 in hand at double 15 to half the deficit. Just moves inside, 75. And so Campbell will be back for a target which has caused him some problems in this building in the past. 2s never lose.
6.
But they may well lose him this leg.
Germany car 15. Getting shown the third leg to Germany.
It does go the way of Germany in the end. It's a holder throw for Germany, but it probably would have felt like a bit of a break because they were out of that leg.
Was that a big opportunity miss for Scotland? Is that a moment we're going to look back on in a few moments' time? They had opportunities to open up a 3-0 lead. They would have had the darts in this leg to have got it 1-0.
And because of the results that they've suffered so far, they lost their opening match 4-0 to Denmark. Then they lost 4-2 to Switzerland. They need to be winning by big score lines as well to try and reduce that leg deficit.
Particularly when you look at, for example, Denmark already with a legs difference of +9 in this group.
174.
174, otherwise known as the Dundas.
140.
Probably the most famous Scottish referee. And has refereed a number of finals at the Lakeside.
100.
Master ceremonies these days at the Lakey.
He is indeed. And I'm sure he'll be back in this Scottish pair as well.
140. Germany car 131.
Yeah. Watching pup, hope you're well, pal. As Idams looks to level this game up at 2-2. The 1-3-1 isn't on offer. 53 remaining. Now, there was a similar situation in Scotland's previous game where Robert Thornton was left with a finish like this, which he had to take, otherwise it could have been curtains for his team. He found the 1-2-3 on that occasion. Is he going to find the 120 here?
85. Germany car 40.
Unlucky, just clipped the flight, went into the 5.
Getting shown the fourth leg, Germany.
And ultimately, they were punished for the miss.
Well, there's one stat that epitomises this game right now. Scotland 2 from 12 on their doubles. And when Germany have been presented with a chance, they've taken theirs. 2 from 4. And that's the reason why we are back level at 2-2. Germany with the darts in their hand and with the ascendancy once again.
$45.
Yeah, Scotland have limited Germany to just the 4 chances. But as you say, it's a level match in a game where if it does go the way of
140.
Germany in the end, Scotland may look back as they've had opportunities in every leg so far.
$59.
And what losing those last couple of legs seems to have done is just
83.
knock some of the wind out of Scotland. They came out, they looked like they had some real fire in their belly.
$44. Germany car 138.
And credit to Germany. They've seen a perceived weakness
100.
and they're exploiting it to the hilt, leaving themselves on a double after 12 to go 3-2 up from 2-0 behind. It was those opportunities, wasn't it, to leave 3-0 in this game, should I say, Scotland, that we said could well
60.
be the turning point.
Germany car 38.
Well, it may well, in the end conclusion, be exactly that.
Getting shown the fifth leg, Germany.
Worked it in well in the end, but I did pause to think that
Six
with
leg
Scotland
to
so
do
far
first.
back, there
Game on.
was an opportunity perhaps to have switched, but played out well for Germany.
One away from a
58.
first win on this stage. We did have a German pair in the previous international pairs tournament here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
60.
However, we didn't quite have a powerful turtle in the previous international pairs for Germany because David Schlichting was partnered up with Marcel Althaus.
94.
And they were out the house quite quickly because they were eliminated from Group B on Thursday and Friday night.
43.
Yeah, this German pairing fighting to avoid the same kind of fate.
99. $140.
Great response and a well-needed one. Puts them right back in contention for the leg.
What can Scott Campbell provides here?
100.
$150 left for Thornton when he comes back.
60. Scotland car
This game of
150.
swings and roundabouts may well have its crescendo leg. Sticks him here and he's going to need the quota.
58.
Yeah, after that first start, Robert Thornton opting to switch and would have liked to have found a couple of trebles, but
158.
as it stands, 92.
Scotland
And
92.
again, it's another shot you feel has to go for the Scottish team. This time it falls to Scott Campbell.
The irony of the situation. Now,
76.
O'Croner hit a
75,
158 setup to leave Rene Idams on tops.
Game shown
It
on
was an
match, Germany.
incredibly audacious setup, and it's a brilliant finish of Rene Idams. And that's a first win on the stage for Germany. And a really good performance to boot. Average of 92 in that one. For Scotland, well, they missed opportunities to go 3-0 up in the contests. And from that point onwards, it was all about the Germans. Next up, Wales against Denmark.
Yeah, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We have completed 9 games and you can see the most recent results there. Wales with a 4-0 victory over South Africa. Denmark beating Switzerland 4-2 to make their day perfect so far. And Germany got the better of Scotland in the end after being 2-0 down. Well, we have 6 more games to go. But this is how the table looks so far. As mentioned, Denmark 3 from 3 and sitting at the top of the table with 6 points. Switzerland just behind with 4. Wales also joining them on 4 points, with Germany, South Africa with the solitary win, and Scotland still chasing their first win of their Group C campaign. Well, back to the action as we go into game number 10, and it is Wales sat there on 4 points taking on our table toppers Denmark in what should be a real clash, because Wales came into this as favourites. Denmark were arguably just pointed out as slight outsiders to top the group, but they've proven to be the most consistent. But Wales, for me, they have just got better and better as the day gone on. They suffered a loss in their first game at the hands of Switzerland, 4-1, but since then a 4-3 victory over Germany and that 4-0 win over South Africa. They're definitely starting to gel once again as a pair, as we saw them in international pairs week 1, where they were runners-up to the Dutch duo.
First leg, Wales to throw first. Game on.
So Denmark and Wales head-to-head in game 10 of the session, and it is Kurt Parry to get us underway here on Pluto TV.
30.
Quite at the start that he would have anticipated or wanted, and already an opportunity for Andreas Tov Jorgensen to take full advantage.
120.
And for Denmark, they know if they can win this game, they have pretty much broken the back of the day.
Now, we mentioned the campaign for
59.
Wales in Group 8. It was up and down and a little bit of inconsistency, but as mentioned, for me, they've just seemed to have kind of found themselves in a relatively good position after losing that first leg. But already Denmark, so far arguably the surprise package of Group C, really putting in some miles here between them.
Everything has just clicked for them so far today.
60.
May not have been the best of performances in that opening match against Scotland, but getting that first win under the belt has given them the confidence to then go through the gears in matches 2 and 3, and they're off to a plentiful start here against Wales.
57.
Sales have improved over the course of the last couple of games. But you get the sense, looking at the dynamic of the group right now, this is a huge game
125.
in terms of where the land's going to lie going into the end of the session.
Yeah, huge game, and that was a huge setup from Poulsen.
100. Denmark 16.
So 8-8 for Andreas Tov Jorgensen.
Game
For
on the first leg,
13
Denmark.
dart breaker throw in the opening leg.
Second leg, Denmark to throw first.
Well, I said
Game
Wales
on.
seem to have been warming up match by match, but you can arguably say the same thing about Denmark.
He's been so impressive, and we haven't seen Andreas here for a few years, but whatever he's done in the interim time, it is working. So even Poulsen play at the Global Championship. Has been a great supporter of the ADC European system over the couple of seasons that
95.
That's been going. I'll be looking for a return to the Globals come December.
One of them, 40.
Yeah, 140 from Richie Burnett.
$59.
But I do agree, Tov Jorgensen, you leave him a double and he's pretty much been there or thereabouts each time, despite the big score, the big finish coming
100.
from
Denmark
Poulsen.
167.
Jorgensen, be interesting if we could kind of break down individual averages.
Yeah, he is
82.
been mightily impressive today. Now, Denmark are in a decent position to go 2-0 up unless Richie Burnett has a counter. But that particular attack is off the cards now. Yes,
55.
Sof Jorgensen returns looking
Denmark
at
car 85.
85 to double the Denmark lead and to put themselves halfway towards 8 points in the group.
This one dart is at the ball.
60.
And not far
Wales
off the
car
target.
106.
And so Parry comes back looking at 106, a parity. It's double 18. It's
88.
just on the inside. Denmark survive a
car
scare.
25. Wales car 18.
And you feel Wales just need to exploit that chance that they've got, the opportunity
Change
they've
over
been
second
given,
leg
and they do.
Wales.
Back level at 1 apiece. When Denmark
Third
know
leg
they
Wales
should be
to third
2-0 up,
first,
and I
game
think
on.
that was what the glance between Ivan and Andreas was perhaps suggestive of.
100.
Yeah, did well to squeeze in one in the treble bed there because they were very close, the first two.
$58.
I think for the Welsh, a bit
59.
like the Scottish pair as well. What they can't do is just allow their heads to drop at any point. Try and keep that fire going, because I know, obviously, with the consistency that they're struggling to find, it can be disappointing.
$59.
Well, they've recovered well here. They exploited on a mistake from Denmark. They should be 2-0 up in the game. Wales pinched their pocket, and on-throw doing a very good job in this leg. And Burnett
81.
was hoping to tee up Parry a 2-darter after 12, but we'll need to find a treble to leave a dart at the bullseye. Is Richie's reactions give off a bit of a reaction from the Danish pair.
It was almost like a silent
100.
scream at the board,
Wales
wasn't
car
it?
122.
Yeah, just the wrong side of the wire.
82.
Well, Burnett will be left on tops to put Wales on top in this contest.
$105.
But it'll just
Wales
make the
car
table really
40.
interesting, won't it? Because the win for Wales here will put them on 6 points alongside Denmark.
Getting shown the third leg, Wales.
Big last start from Richie Burnett to take the lead.
Fourth leg Denmark to throw first. Game on.
And the Swiss pair of Pelmont and Stockley would watch that with huge interest as well if Wales were to go on and win this one, because it puts them right into play. And having a look at the end of the
140.
session, those three nations will avoid one another. Wales will take on Scotland, Denmark will take on Germany, and Switzerland will
55.
take on South Africa towards the end of the day's play here in Group C. One of two sessions being broadcast live across the Pluto TV network.
55.
Be back tonight from 10 p.m. for the beginning of Group B and for the return of the two-time world champion Adrian Jackpot Lewis.
140.
Now,
140.
I think Richie's just going to pat Paul Hicks on the back. Just say at the last start went into the single five. He's going to own up to those 15
Richie's last
points,
score was
which are going to be
125.
taken off. And that a real act of sportsmanship there from
Okay.
Richie Burnett. Just making sure all is fair, and that respected and reciprocated by the Danish team.
140.
Yeah, I think as a player, if you do notice that a mistake has been made when it's been called, you do naturally just want to go up and change and correct it.
100.
A lot of games get reffed by the referees here at the Super Series, and we seldom see any of them. The odd error here and there. We've got some of the best officials in the world, and Paul Hinks very much up there with them.
66.
Denmark looking at 66 to level up at 2 apiece. Double 16. Who's on the
50.
inside?
Where's the car? 41.
So this for 3-1. For full control of the game.
Game shown the fourth leg Wales.
Found last start of asking, and it is 3-1 to the Welsh pair.
Fifth leg Wales to through first.
With
Game
the
on.
darts in their hands to win the match.
$60.
Very fortunate the referees we've had here at the Super Series. We approached the 3-year anniversary on Wednesday of moving into this building. We've had
100.
Paul Hinks. Charlie Corsfien was here from the very start and then departed us to move on to being one of the main stage refs in the PDC majors. And all of us here are very proud of what Charlie's achieved.
95.
Yeah, indeed. And as you mentioned, they do referee a lot of games, especially in these double sessions.
83.
However, I'm rather thankful that I can eat my dinner in peace now. I don't know whether you heard about the story of Charlie stealing my carbonara. There's Parry piles in a 180.
I did hear that Charlie used to think food in the fridge just meant a free-for-all.
Yes.
134.
Him and Owen Binks didn't speak for 2 days once because he nicked a bag of frozen chips. Freezer, shall I say?
134.
You keep your chips how you want to keep your chips, I'll be honest, Henry.
Well, the chips are down here for Denmark because Wales have left themselves 32 to win this
100.
game, doing
Wales
so
have
after
got
just a
32.
dozen darts. This would inflict Denmark their first defeat of the day, and it's double
show 'em the match,
16 for
Wales.
Kurt Parry to round off a 4-1 victory for Wales. It puts them on to 6 points. It keeps Denmark on 6 points, and Richie Burnett and Andreas Topp Jorgensen having a bit of a combo at the end of that one. Well, I think Richie Burnett just explained, I think, the scoreboard situation there with Paul Hinks. At the tail of the tape, really good game that. Wales averaging 92.5, 4 from 8 on the doubles. That was the big difference. Brilliant from Denmark. They averaged 95 in that game, but it was those missed opportunities that cost them big time. Scotland, South Africa comes next.
Will it be for Corner Whitehead? It's on. Choices. Gets the treble 19 for double 12. And it is wonderful from Whitehead. A perfect leg.
Now 141. 141 required. Finds that target. Finds the treble 19. Double 12 for a 9-dart finish. Oh, what a shot there from Danny Jansen.
141.
Playing to do it on a Saturday. It's on. Double 12.
Danny Jansen is the first ever player to hit a Saturday night 9-darter. And just listen to the first.
This is ridiculous. This is absolutely laughable.
Seal it with a ball. Oh, what's happening now?
Unbelievable. Incredible. Welcome to the party, Paul Greaves. Well, if they won 40, wasn't enough. No, he's gone for 3 balls. There's one of them. There's the second. This will be amazing.
Yes! What a finish! Oh, Thomas Barnes, that has made my week.
And Jess Smith owes us another 250 quid for a brand new camera. But this is how the breakdown for the first week of Series 12 looks here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Now, 3 of the players that played this week in international pairs, they're going to stay on. Jason Brown and Alex Spellman have made the trip from the United States, and we're going to give them the extra luxury of the first week. Same with Carl Gabriel, who's made the travel over from South Africa. Jasper Scarrett is going to be involved in that particular group. That'll be no laughing matter, by the way. Brian Roman and Stein de Klerk involved as well. Group B sees Kurt Parry come back. Ronan McDonough, who's knocking on the door of a weekly win here, alongside Chaz Barstow, a couple-time weekly champion. Group C, Carl Wilkinson, Darryl Fitton and David Sharp will be in action. And we will be in the thick of it for Monday morning at 9:30 here on Pluto TV for it. Series 12, how quickly it has all come along. 3 years ago on Wednesday, we opened the doors to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth for the very first time, when Kieran Tian stood taller than all others to win the first week. It was actually the middle week of the series because we had a bit of an overlap period between the Southampton studio and the opening of this particular arena. And this man has been one of the key architects of the Super Series. He's been one of actually the key cogs of this project really from day dot. He dropped off the tour at the end of 2020, was one of the first players to set foot in the Southampton studio as this project was being set up in 2021, and it's been a key part of it ever since as Robert Thornton. And actually, when you look at the week that we've got next, in fact, we've even got an international pairs week. When you compare it to what it was like in the days of Southampton, where we couldn't really get players from up north because of COVID restrictions, how things have changed.
Yeah, it's been a real project, hasn't it? It's something that's been worked on, developed, and I think that's something that's not going to stop as well. With the international pairs, obviously we had the introduction of the women's weeks as well. There's just so many different things that are on offer here.
Commentators week?
Commentators week. 60. I want to be in your group.
Group D.
96. South Africa.
South Africa off to the more positive start, leaving themselves a 161 after the night, courtesy of the backs that Carl Gabriel
90
hits with his first turn to the board.
Yeah, and a good switch for the last as well. Bullseye found to leave 71 for Devon Peterson.
51. South Africa 71.
I mentioned South Africa just getting the one win. It was a 4-0 victory over the Scottish pair. Back in Group A, and it was finishes like that saw them across the line.
Second leg, South Africa to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, early 15 dart breaker throw for Gabriel and Peterson.
140. $55.
And this South Africa, they move on to 4 level
100.
with Switzerland in the table. Couple of points off the top 2 of Wales and Denmark. They'll just keep themselves hanging around the periphery whilst to defeat here for Scotland
82.
will probably spell realistically the end of any ambitions in terms of making it through to Saturday night.
140.
Yeah, and the South African pairing here making it very difficult for Scotland.
140. South Africa.
Even if that last treble went in, wouldn't have left them on a finish, whereas South Africa looking at 1-2-1 and sensible play once again
89.
from Gabriel.
32 left after a dozen. This is a really useful performance from South Africa. So, I say useful, it's averaging nearly 108.
60. South Africa 32.
That's just useful these days, apparently.
Getting shown the second
Well,
leg.
that
South
was
Africa.
most certainly useful there for Devon Peterson, using that first start, getting over the top with the second.
Third leg, Scotland
They are
to throw
2-0
first.
to the good.
Game on.
2-0 to the good and looking good.
134. $41.
And Devon Peterson there is kind of telling himself off about that last start that
57.
I think actually deflected into the one. I mean, that does happen. You throw it in the same spot as the other one and it will bounce off. But this is what pairs is all about, is being able to be backed up by your partner if you don't find a big score.
And Carl's scoring in this game has been so much better than it has been at points to date. Just beginning to find that range a little bit better.
100. $60.
Only a 60 means that Scotland have an opportunity with 6 starts in hand to at least get a foothold in the contest.
40.
Yeah, and a shake of the head from Scott Campbell, because when you are in that position and you're not firing on all cylinders, when one does bounce out, it's all the more painful, and that will be painful as well. The 140 from Gabriel.
As Devon here only needs to find the one treble to give
100.
himself a dart at tops.
South Africa 120.
And we know for a fact this is very much in Devon's wheelhouse. But just underneath, and so Campbell will come back. May just be
45.
one dart and a double, but an
70.
opportunity to at least get something in this contest.
One dart might just be at the ball. Well, it's 99.
61. South Africa 75.
But it's also no guarantees from 75. Particularly when you miss the big number
35.
like that.
Scotland 9.
We've seen already today, teams go 2-0 up, look comfortable, and then
5.
get pegged back.
South Africa
Font
40.
unable to find double 4.
Peterson looking to punish.
Getting shown the third leg, South Africa.
Does find it last start of asking to go within one of the match, and this would be a second
Fourth leg,
consecutive
South Africa to
4-0
go first.
victory
Game on.
for South Africa over Scotland if they can find a way past them in this fourth leg.
$60. $123.
Lucky collision With dart 3 into the treble 1.
66.
Just a bit of loss of form there for Gabriel, but recovers well with the last dart. One thing that we've noticed about Carl Gabriel when he throws, there's a lot of moving parts to the action.
Which is why everything about it's got to be so perfect, because it is so rhythmic.
40.
Raise of the hands, the smile. That's not because he was happy that that bounced out. It just goes back to when Scott Campbell
60.
had one. You just kind of resign to the fact that sometimes it's just not your day, and it just hurts that bit more.
Well, I think the raise of the eyebrows after the single one probably summed up Scott Campbell and Scotland's day. And so Peterson will know now this is the push towards the line. 6 on 2 on 5 to complete a second
60.
consecutive drubbing of Scotland.
Yeah, although if Robert Thornton can find a couple of trebles, there's one. Well, has to settle for 96. They are on a more favourable finish. And they will get a go at the 102.
To at least
33.
get something in this particular match. They've only picked up 4 legs today of Scotland. And able to find the 102, and so
58.
Devon Peterson will
South Africa 122.
step up, looking at 1-2-2 to wrap this game up 4-0. Not to be, and so Thornton will have an opportunity to get something
23.
in the ledger for Scotland.
44.
Yeah, 4 tops always that route that he likes to take, but double 10, 1 in hand, and
Yeah,
double 10 is found, and it is a leg on the board for Scotland. It's also a breaker throw.
5th leg Scotland to throw first.
Just poses the question of South Africa.
Game on.
As Devon Peterson shakes his head in the background, Thornton steps up to the board.
60. $100.
Scottish pair now
100.
wrestling to get themselves back in the game.
$60.
Yeah, they found themselves cut adrift in their second match against Switzerland, but then
100.
started to have a bit of a resurgence. And then in the match against Germany, they came out the traps absolutely flying, but ended up losing 4 legs to 2 in the end. This is another game where they're going to have to try and draw on everything they possibly can to get back in.
Yeah, so it's darts, wasn't it? For
91.
3-0 they had, they missed them, and it completely changed the complexion of the contest. Germany reeling off 4 on the
121.
spin, but it may well be Scotland that will antiphesize that in this particular contest.
98. Scotland car
I'll
120.
be hoping it's 6 of 120. May only need the 3 for 120. Dart 1 was awkward.
80.
He moved over and
South
he moved
Africa
too
car
far wide.
152.
Yeah, when you're in that scenario, you don't want to find yourself in a position where you bust the 120. But they will have an opportunity, and it does fall to Scott Campbell.
60. Scotland car 40.
He's kind of stepped up to the role of Scotland captain, hasn't he, this week, Scott Campbell? And he's looking to lead by example. If he doesn't find this double 10, it could be game over. Finds a
shown
double
the fifth
10,
leg,
used that
Scotland.
second dart as a beautiful guide to bumping off back to 3-2.
6 legs South Africa to throw first. Game on.
So South Africa, once again, with a chance to win this game with the darts in their hand.
100.
Yeah, good last start there from Devon Peterson, but it's given the South Africans a little bit to think about because it hasn't been an emphatic comeback from Scotland. They've just outplayed them the last couple of legs.
It's kind of felt a little bit more what South Africa have done wrong or what they've kind of taken off the gas as opposed to what Scotland have been able to do in terms of putting their foot on the accelerator.
Well, you mentioned it earlier, after a couple of legs, they were averaging well over 100, near the 108 mark with it. That's quite a hard level to maintain, but they've dropped well off the pace since then.
60.
Would you like to know some fun facts about Scotland, Laura?
Do I have a choice, Henry?
No.
45.
Of course I do.
So Scotland has more than 2,000 castles. That's roughly one for every 25 square miles. And that's a man who's been to the throne of the world seniors on a couple of occasions, piling in a maximum.
140.
He heard that this segment was about to start and he decided, you know what, I'm going to hit a maximum and shut Deacon up. He's done well.
To be fair, the Swiss did it as well. When you started talking about Switzerland, it might be a thing.
So if I keep talking about fun facts, we'll have 180s galore.
Let's hope so.
I'm assuming the 180 is not the fun fact.
Yeah, absolutely. But Scotland in a position to really turn things around in this match. 95 for 3 apiece. It's the ball.
48.
It's kind of been Robert's miss, hasn't it? The miss has been kind of pulled low this week. Double.
54.
Was what Gabriel was looking for the match. For this to take the game to a last leg decider. 2 in hand, a double 16 for Scott Campbell.
15.
Doesn't go. And so as a consequence, 40. Devon Peterson comes back for double top to complete a 4-2 victory for South Africa.
One more chance.
No score. Scotland with car 32.
And you heard the disappointment there from Devon Peterson.
No score.
The same outcome for Robert Thornton.
The yelp of no tells you all you needed to know. So Carl Gabriel, double 10 for the match. For a 4-2 win for South Africa. It's the second consecutive win for South Africa against Scotland. And it means the pair of Thornton and Campbell are deep-rooted to the bottom of the table. At the turn of the tape, that's game 11 in the books. Next up, Switzerland take on Germany. Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth, where international pairs continues. Before the break, we saw South Africa get the better of Scotland by 4 legs to 2. 4 more games to go in this afternoon session, and we kick off with a meeting between Switzerland and Germany. Stefan Belmont and Bruno Stockley representing the Swiss, whilst René Eidans and Paul Kroner representing Germany. As far as the days are concerned, Stefan Belmont and Bruno Stockley on 4 points following their first 3 games, whilst René Eidans and Paul Kroner were just a solitary win to their name so far, but it was a very good win in their last game against Scotland by 4 legs to 2. In terms of Switzerland and in terms of their day, they kicked off with 2 really good performances back-to-back, but then beaten by Denmark by 4 legs to 2 in their third meeting
Switzerland to throw first
of the session.
Game on.
And you get the sense that this is a really important game for particularly Switzerland. They would have seen Denmark beaten in this round of fixtures, and they'll know
81.
the opportunity they've got if they can win this particular match ahead of the end of the day.
Yeah, and similarly for Germany, they don't want to be cut adrift. They have been unfortunate. They lost
97.
in a real nail-biter, 4 legs to 3 against Wales. They were just edged out in the end. You should say they did pick up their win in the last match with a 92 average as well. But you want to have at least a couple of wins under your belt in Group C, just to give yourself the opportunity coming into day number 2. So I think there's equal importance of both of them. Markedly, though, both will have one more game left in
33.
the afternoon session. Switzerland, they'll take on South Africa, whereas Germany will face Denmark.
And if Germany were to win those last 2, when particularly consider the
93.
opposition they're up against, they put themselves in a really, really good stead in terms of the league standings.
130.
There was a lot of talk, wasn't there, about Stefan Belmont before dart was thrown today. But actually, I think a lot of credit's got to be given to Bruno Stockley, who has more than played his part in the Swiss effort so far.
Absolutely.
171.
Big finishes, important finishes as well. We had the 136 in their last outing.
$60. Jim Lucas 70.
So Germany looking at 70 for the opening leg, and it's Paul Kroner at the hockey. And sweeps aside the 70
Germany.
without a matter of fuss. Germany 1, Switzerland 0, and a break of throw found by the Deutsche duo.
And we often say about teams or teams or just individual players normally, when they come into Group C, especially when they haven't played here before, as Kroner hasn't,
96.
it can take a while to warm in. And if you look at the journey of Germany throughout today, I think they're the team for me that have probably kind of warmed to the occasion as the proceedings have gone on.
121.
Yeah, sometimes also you don't quite know the dynamic. Now, they spent a lot of time together this morning. They were first in the building, René and Paul Kroner, and they seemed they're enjoying each other's company. I don't actually know how much pairs they play with one another, I'll be perfectly honest with you. And sometimes it can just take a few games to get used to how one another goes about their business.
140.
But whether it has just clicked now, well, it's clicked at the perfect time, and they're playing beautifully. And you kind of expect it, particularly with Paul. See, he made the decision to drop off the Pro Tour at the end of last year. He didn't lose his tour card. He opted off the tour. So we know that he is good enough.
97.
Just whether everything just correlates as one when you need it to.
And it's an interesting decision to make as well, because obviously that is the pinnacle. But I can understand if you're still in your developmental stage of your darting career, it's an intense tour to kind of try and start off on.
We do see it a lot as well from German players. That Nico Spring is an excellent example of this, where they'll take a step back to
100.
do their studies and get
56.
that side of it, and then they'll go to the professional side of the sport. We saw Nico Kurz do something similar to that. He's actually done so well in his particular field that he hardly ever plays now as Germany go 2-0 up.
Third leg Switzerland to throw first. Game on.
You cannot underestimate how much time it takes to get to the pinnacle of your field in darts, the travel, the amount of
16.
tournaments that are actually available, you want to make the most of every single opportunity. You can now play every single day of the year if you really wanted to.
Well, I think we pretty much play every day of the year here at the Super Series.
Yeah, case in point.
Apart from Christmas Day, although I'm sure everybody would love to watch Keelan Kay against Rob Collins over our Christmas turkey. If it's double
58.
pay on Christmas Day, I'll come in.
Oh, I love Christmas Day. No one's taken me away from that kind of turkey feet up family.
58.
The thing is, I wouldn't mind coming in on Christmas Day to get away from the family. Anything to get away from the in-laws.
140.
Although I wonder
95.
whether we're going to get a Christmas Day message from the King, you know, Mervyn King.
Yeah, that's more likely than the actual king, isn't it? Let's be honest.
3 o'clock, Christmas Day.
123.
I could see it being a thing. I'm sure the schedulers are
140.
thinking about that already.
20.
Tops for a 120.
Game shown the third leg, Switzerland.
And that just goes to show you exactly what you were saying earlier, Henry. He has been there to back up. He's taken out another ton plus checkout. Keeps them well in the match. It was a hold to throw, but the Germans were right there ready to pounce. And look at the checkout percentages when they've had an opportunity. Both teams
60.
They're 100%. 1 from 1 for the Swiss, 2 from 2 for the Germans.
Not a dart missed yet. And look at that for German efficiency. 101.93. Not a dart missed at a double. Vorsprung darts technique.
60. $100.
A good last start. Edges them ever so slightly with the advantage here for Switzerland.
140.
Paul Corona really has kind of warmed to the day. He's kind of working out where the camera is. We're seeing the finger point. We're starting to hear vocalization from them, but that is some response.
Yeah, Bruno is playing remarkably well right now.
100. Switzerland car 81.
This is very quickly and very rapidly turning into game of the week. Both teams averaging over the ton deep into the match. There's double top.
61.
That would have been for a dozen darter.
And
the way this game's gone, you wouldn't be surprised if Paul Corona punishes.
Early on, these 3 dart combination finishes. He was finding the first 2, just couldn't quite polish it off with the double.
Switzerland car 20.
But sets up beautifully if he gets the opportunity to come back.
No score. German car 36.
Well, Bruno told us exactly how he felt about that.
28. Switzerland car 20.
But it is a let-off by Renier Dams.
Getting shown the
And
fourth
it
leg,
is
Switzerland.
punished, and it is parity once again, 2 apiece.
Stefan's not a player that we
Fifth leg, Switzerland through first.
see a lot of emotion from. He's someone that's very much able to keep it in check, but there's just been 1 or 2 occasions in this game where he's just let out a bit of a yelp here and there.
49.
And you get the sense, especially because of the way that both these teams are playing,
99.
you get the sense that, you know, as this game extends, they're going to want it more and more, and you're going to hear more and more vocalization.
And I just wonder, again, going back to that team dynamic where it's stemming from the fact that Bruno's got himself emotionally embroiled, whether Stefan's doing exactly the same.
140.
Yeah, and there's perhaps an argument. We've spoken so much about Stefan and what he's doing on the Challenge Tour, sat second on that table. We've seen him at the World Cup picking up Switzerland's first win there. So we know the kind of prowess that Stefan Belmont comes with. But in this match particularly, Bruno Stockley has been absolutely exceptional. Big finishes, big scores at the right time. And, you know, when you are the kind of the more informed player, you want to be able to back your partner up.
162.
Well, this is a superb setup.
132. Germany car 140.
Tops left after 12. This is being forced to go, and it's not going to from Rene.
52. Switzerland car 40. $35. Germany car 88.
Is that the moment for Switzerland where things turn back the way of Germany? Oh, a bit of a flyer with the first. Can't adjust with the second.
22. Switzerland car 5.
First time really Germany made a mistake in this game. And is Stefan Belmont going to make him pay for it? It's a leg really that should already be under the name of Switzerland. And now it is. They find themselves a leg away from a win, which would put them on to 6 points, level with the top teams in the group.
140.
I tell you what, they are all getting at it here, aren't they?
100.
Well, Paul Cronin did a finger point following his first score.
92.
Bruno Stockley's followed suit.
Ultimately, when you're up on that oche, you want your darts to do the talking, and this is some move from Stefan Belmont.
Well, they say that imitation is the greatest form of flattery.
$137.
Oh, now it's gone one step further. It's a fist bump.
It is other direction, fist bump. Come on, Bruno, what have you got in response?
100. Germany car 132.
Disappointed. Just beginning to get a bit spicy as well as quality. We've got all
92.
the ingredients here.
Germany car 161.
Yeah, and an interesting route that Ronnie Idams just took there. 132, didn't opt to go for the ball, has set up nicely. Stefan Belmont not only not able to punish,
21.
but not able to find a big response.
40.
So tops to take this game all the way. And I think we all want to see this go the full 7 legs. And we are going to go all the way to a last leg decider. Well, this has been an excellent game, a quality game. It's been played with real vigour, real spice. But who is going to get the points?
$81.
Yeah, when Switzerland faced Denmark,
60.
up to Prez, the only match that they've lost today, when they were up against it with that little bit of pressure, they just come unstuck. They will hope in this match, not the same kind of outcome.
41.
That slip lets Germany in.
$100. $85.
A big score here. This leg could Even the Germans, but there's another slip, and I think in a leg which feels all very important in terms of how the table may look going into tomorrow. Just a few minor mistakes, and they could prove costly for one of these teams.
100.
Well, Ton leaves Switzerland on the cusp of a finish. A big treble leaves Germany on a finish.
He's got to stay there. That's the only route where he can possibly leave a finish. Needs to find a way through to that treble 20.
100.
I think he liked that one, Henry.
Does this have to be best of 7? I could watch this all day.
58. Jimmy Ducal,
I'll tell you what, if this
156.
goes, cover your ears. But it's not going to.
Yeah, just the wrong side. We saw a 136 from Switzerland in the last match against Denmark. It was Bruno Stockley that took it out. Now it falls to the hands of Stefan Belmont.
Jimmy Ducal, 136.
136. This is a huge moment in this group. We've already seen Switzerland take out a 136. Are we going to see it take out another double A for Stefan Belmont? Super from the Swiss. And Bruno Stockley loves it as much as anybody. Paul Kroner stares on. He can't quite believe it. Him and Benny Idams head down the stage. At times a fiery affair, but a quality game, which was rounded off by a 136, the second ton plus checker of the game for Switzerland. Coming up after the break, Scotland take on Wales.
.54. Charlie McGuire, 164. .44. .32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
.26. Charlie
Time on his
McGuire,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
.40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
McGuire,
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
.59. Charlie
Threw the entire
McGuire,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
Got the match and the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We head into the final round of games in this Group C, and it's Denmark that lead the way. One of the outsiders before dart was thrown this morning. Then Wales and Switzerland, though, all tied on 6 points. South Africa on 4, but before the break, Stefan Belmont took out a potentially group-changing 1-3-6 for Switzerland to ensure they're on that mark and to keep Germany on 2. Scotland without a win to their name, but they could change that if they win the final game of the session against Wales, who are looking for 8 points from their day. In fact, there is a potential scenario where we could see 3 nations on 8 points overnight if Wales win this game against Scotland, Denmark win the next one against Germany, and Switzerland were to get the better. South Africa, 3 teams to be on 8 points, and they would have a sizable gap from those below them. It would very quickly turn into a 3-horse race for 2 spots through to Saturday night's final here
Like Scotland
at the Live Lounge in Ports. If it's Scotland and Robert Thornton to get us underway in game 13 of the session. And for Scotland, well, they're looking to at least get something on the board for
60.
the day.
This is another matchup that we've seen a few times this week. Both these teams coming via the Group A route, and it is Scotland with the slight advantage. They beat them yesterday. They are 2-1 in terms of the head-to-heads. But it's what they've got left, what they can find buried in the tank.
119.
The end of day 4 for both of these sides. The question mark is what is left in the motor, and you kind of do have in terms of the dynamic, and I'm sure Richie and Robert won't mind me saying so. You've got a player in Scotland Curtu in their early to mid-30s, where Robert and Richie are at the more experienced side of the scale, let's say. And so the 4 weeks will take a toll as it comes towards an end. Of that, there's absolutely no doubt.
Yeah, and I wonder if it's a game, and again, especially for the likes of Robert Thornton and Richie Burnett, where they've probably played each other on so many numerous occasions all their years on the PDC Pro Tour, that they're just a little bit more at home with, a bit more comfortable with.
85.
And actually probably sometimes just that little bit more competitive, because you always kind of want to beat those players that you've been playing with for so many years.
The one-upmanship.
136. Wales car 95.
Wales look at 95 here. Parry looking at double 19. In fact, he's going to split it. He's going to get one dart in his hand at double 14,
67.
which grazes the wire.
Scotland car 43.
Over the other side of the board for double
31.
6.
Wales car 28.
Another missed opportunity for Scotland.
Wales to pinch the pocket. Double 7 for Burnett. He's bagged eventually. 1-0 to Wales, break in hand.
Second leg Wales to throw first, game on. $84.
Wales end the day on 8 points. When you consider the start that they made to proceedings, a 4-1 defeat to Switzerland, they will both be beaming from ear to ear, won't they, Kurt Parry and Richie Burnett?
Yeah, I agree, because after that first performance, the journey for Wales throughout today was, we put a question mark over it. They were not firing, but they've bounced back brilliantly.
Good teams have an ability to put things right, don't they? Even when it feels like they're
96.
not at their absolute best. And I think Wales have done a very good job of that today.
Yeah, they've had to grind out a couple of results, but then they've just started playing with that little bit more freedom, that heightened accuracy. But the one thing you will be guaranteed is that Scotland
87.
will not roll over. They will throw absolutely everything at every single match.
On a finish, but the word should comes into play. Burnett should leave Wales in a better position.
44.
But he's made a bit of a mess of things. Well, that would have been the greatest 138 would have ever seen in pairs play.
$79.
Was a good adjustment with the last start.
Well, Dart 1 went into
59.
the treble 13.
Scott McCarr, 59.
59 leaves 74. Now the 57 leaves double one.
On the second leg,
well,
Scotland.
that wasn't the conventional way of taking out 59, but it was made to look nonchalant for
Third
Robert
leg, Scotland is
Thornton.
her first. Game on. $98.
Yeah, the match between these two yesterday, it rounded off Group A action, but it was played in very good spirits. Obviously, at this point,
96.
though, in the Group C sessions, everything is still all to play for Scotland. They're going to want to pick up a couple of points, and for Wales, as you mentioned earlier, they could finish the day on 8 points.
Be quite the fillet for them going into Friday's play. Remember, this session 1 of 2 that we're bringing to you tonight. We'll be back from 10 p.m. 2200 UK time. It's a session that exciting that I'll tell you the times around the world that the session gets underway.
40.
Is this a new segment coming up, Henry?
Yes, and I've created it all on the spot in case you didn't know.
85.
So in the United States, eastern side, it will be a 5 p.m. start. In
100.
Central European time, it will be an 11 o'clock start. In India, it will be
59.
Come on, the suspense is killing me, Henry.
I haven't got the converter on me. I'm trying to count forward. I forgot 60. It's a 24-hour clock. Can we forget this segment ever existed, please?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
If I get sacked for that, I deserve it, okay?
60. Scott McCarr, 120.
And that point will be given in Evans. Anyway, 120 for Scotland. Now, options here.
He's managed to find a route through to that treble 20 bed. Shifts over to try and get a bit of an angle for tops and pulls it low.
Will Scar, 160.
Burnett, 160. It's not on the cards. Thornton's back for double 10. I can actually give you the full timings in the next leg. I've actually been bailed out by one of my colleagues here.
One of them, 40. Scott McCarr, 20. Getting shown the third leg, Scotland.
Teamwork makes the dream work. And over to you, Henry.
So you can watch Adrian Lewis at 10 p.m. UK time, 2 p.m. Pacific time, 5 p.m. Eastern time in the United States, 11 o'clock in South Africa and Central Europe, and if you're in Australia, 7 a.m. Well, I'm sure we'll never bring that segment back.
59.
We found something worse than the tungsten teaser. Incredible.
$100.
Yeah, that last start from Richie Burnett there, just giving the Welsh pair the edge in the fourth leg.
60.
Scott Campbell with that dart just sitting low of the treble 20, finding it difficult to get a route over the top.
100.
Incidentally, if you wonder when Adrian Lewis is
100.
playing, him and Steve Beam will be representing England in game 2 of the night against Sweden. As Burnett looks at 1-6. What a finish which has already been taken today by the Danes. Burnett isn't going to bag it on
65.
this particular occasion.
Yeah, Group B actually starts off with an all-North American affair because the USA will take on Canada.
60. Wales for car 96.
Always competitive, regardless of the sporting context.
50.
Of course, they have a tournament, don't they, nowadays, called the Cross Border Challenge, where the top American players take on the top Canadian players.
180. Wales for car 46.
And that was top scoring from Robert Thornton, but could it be all academic?
26. Scotland for car 42.
Well, opportunities have come and gone for Wales. If they just drop the ball a little bit here, they lose this, they could find themselves in a little bit of bother. We spoke about the price of winning, but the price of losing could be more severe.
Getting shown the
And they're a leg
flag,
away
Scotland.
from doing exactly that. 3-1 Scotland with the darts in hand to win.
Fifth leg Scotland to through first. Game on.
Yeah, Richie Burnett in the background, head in hands moment.
7.
Followed very closely by Robert Thornton, only the 7 found.
Well, he sees the funny side of it. But
100.
Kurt Parry knows that that is a real opening.
Essentially, you've just handed over your throw. You had that advantage throwing first and you've just handed it over, but they have found a way to break previously. It's not a complete disaster when you do it on your very first throw.
It's like handing over a Christmas present in August.
Is it?
I don't know, but there's a local supermarket near
If
me.
you want to give me a Christmas present now, I'll take it, but I'll expect another one at the end of the year.
Well, because you would have forgot.
Yeah.
Convenient.
121.
All I'm saying is there is a well-known supermarket chain that, when I went in the other day, had Christmas
92.
cards.
$100.
Thornton and Campbell still on the back foot and will be even more so after this visit from Richie Burnett.
139.
Even the good darts, Burnett is chastising at this present moment in time. Thornton, if he can find a treble here, will make life
47.
interesting. But because of that
Welsh
47
74.
turn, he's not left himself on a finish. Thus, Parry will lead the Welsh charge with 6 in hand to bring it back to 3-2.
James
He
on
only
the
needed the
fifth leg,
3, only needed the
Wales.
1 turn to the board. Back on throw, back to 3-2.
Sixth leg, Wales to throw first. Game on. $38.
Well, just as it was a slow start for Scotland in the last leg, it's a slow start for Wales here, and Robert Thornton will look to punish.
134.
It's not been a bad contest, but it's been a little bit in and out at times. I think it's kind of reflective in terms of the averages, 84 and 83. It hasn't been bad, but it's also been patchy at points.
$59.
Yeah, I think that the one thing is when there has been a mistake by one side or the other, it seems to have been punished.
100.
But it has been very competitive between the two. Even at this stage, Scotland have the advantage, but I can't necessarily call it, although that could spell disaster for Wales.
One good score from Robert Thornton could spell curtains for Wales.
140.
That 140 leaves the 127 to win the game, and they're going to get time because 364 cannot be converted in 6.
Yeah, and that shake of the head from Richie Burnett, I think he's just... I don't know,
100. Scotland car
almost like
127.
a bit confused how they've got themselves into this position.
17. 88. Stupendous from Scott Campbell. Stupendous from Scotland. That's the first win of the day. They'll get something on the board. But perhaps as crucial as that win for Scotland is the pivotalness of the defeat for Wales. They had an opportunity to move on to 8 points overnight, an opportunity squandered. But that's because of the brilliance of the Super Scots, Campbell and Thornton. Next up, Germany take on Denmark. Adrian Lewis plays his first televised match since the 2023 UK Open. That's 10 o'clock tonight. He's going to be partnering Steve Beaton, Team England at International Pairs 2. We've got 2 more games for you on this Thursday afternoon, and this one, me and Laura were kind of having a discussion in the break, has the potential to be game of the day. Now, not often do you say that between a meeting of 1st and 5th in the table, but Germany have turned a screw in their last couple of matches. Averages a night 2 and night 4 in their last couple. They've only picked up the 1 win so far today, where Denmark have been consistently brilliant throughout the course of the day. Looking to end it with 4 wins out of 5, and in fact, had one of their best performances last time out in a losing effort. 95.3 and a 4-1 defeat to Wales. If they both play like they have done today, we could be in for quite the treat.
Game on.
Yeah, and the one thing we did see from Germany as well, because as you say, we were talking about it, we saw a few reactions and fireworks in their last meeting, which was against the Swiss pairing. They did lose 4-3, but as you say, just under a 95 average for the German duo.
I'll tell you what, if they do get themselves at it, I don't think Andreasen even will shy away from it. I think they'll give as good as they've been 94. Got back.
Well, we saw it from the 2 from Switzerland, didn't we?
180.
But the first maximum of the match gives a distinct advantage in the leg to the Danes.
100.
Yeah, Stefan Belmont with that 1-3-6 with Germany sat in situ to win 100. The game. But Belmont smelling blood and winning that game for Switzerland.
95. Denmark Ricard 87.
Well, an opportunity may just be the one chance at the ball for Poulsen. It is one. It is the bullseye as the target.
51.
Way off, but
Germany Ricard 89.
Kind of a happy accident if you do miss the ball. Has left a double if he gets to come back.
It's the bull.
64.
It's just wide. Skims the 25 wire. One dart miss presents one other opportunity for Denmark, which 18. They cannot seize.
Germany Ricard 25.
Yes. 88. I'm sure that wasn't the intended target, but pulls it low.
Denmark Ricard 18.
Scrappy, scrappy, scrappy.
Show the first
nothing scrappy about that attempt, and it is an early breaker throw for the Danish pair.
Second leg, Denmark to throw first. Game on.
Scrappy was a name of a famous Great Dane, wasn't it?
Yes. I was waiting for you to say do.
And it probably is a bit of a mystery for Germany as to how they found themselves in this particular position. And I'll be honest, I haven't got a Scooby-Doo either as to why they are where they are.
140.
No, they have been the team for me, which will probably be left scratching their heads the most because they've put in some very big performances, but just come unstuck. You look at their results, they were slow to come out. They lost 4-1 to South Africa, but then going into the next match, unlucky not to get past Wales, lost 4-3 with an 85 average. They then went on to pick up their solitary victory. It was a 4-2 win over Scotland, 36. And then suffered that 4-2 defeat at the hands of the Swiss, but again around a 95 average. They've played well, but the results don't reflect it, and that's what counts the most.
Meanwhile, Denmark got that first win, and they got their tails wagging as a result. But that maxi there for Krone.
121.
Leaves items on 60 after 9, potential 11 data, but that could be awkward. Open target, but has plenty of time. Because Denmark are nowhere to be seen in this leg.
It's a good response against the darts from Team Germany.
100. Germany car 20.
So this to level up at 1-1, double 10 for Krone. Double 5. This is where things can get awkward.
No score.
Decided to bust the score with
Denmark
one dart
require
left.
152.
Wasn't punished. It is a risky strategy.
28. Germany require 20. Game show on the second leg, Germany.
Well, you don't need us to tell you what Germany feel about that.
Third leg, Germany to throw first. Game on.
Rennie Idams has himself psyched up for this contest.
Even the hand, the kind of high-fiving in between, that's becoming louder and
140.
louder.
$60.
It's more like the reactions of a basketball team than a darts team.
39.
Well, we're not going to see anyone get a slam dunk in terms of points today in this Group C, but there's a big two-pointer for both. Germany wins it, keeps
40.
themselves in it. If Denmark can win it, they'll put themselves onto 8 points, and it'll mean they'll be guaranteed a top 2 positioning overnight in the league table.
81.
2 from 6 make it through this group to Saturday's final.
Yeah, a couple of lax visits from
57.
the Danish pair, and 9 darts thrown and not able to find a treble.
$180.
Now that's synchronicity. It was the yell from Kroner and the point from Idams.
100. Germany car 61.
It was quite Gerwin Price-esque in terms of the reaction. And this is showing you the confidence
third
he's
leg,
got.
Germany.
Treble 7 for tops for a 2-1 lead.
Fourth leg, Denmark to throw first. Game on.
Even Paulson's face is a picture right now.
$81.
First things first, the Danish duo, they haven't been up against anyone who's kind of been this loud and playing to this level as well.
59.
I'm just wondering whether if either of them find some kind of big response that we see a little bit more from
100.
them.
$41. $55.
Could you imagine if this Germany team at some point this week played the Republic of Ireland? With
140.
Heenahan and O'Shea.
It'd be loud.
We could take the game off, Laura. They'd do it all for us.
98.
Yeah, but the visit there from Paulson leaves Denmark on a finish. It is a
100.
long range
Denmark
finish, but
car
again, you just hear his
167.
partner in the background.
Paul Connor knows he doesn't take a commentary fee for talking
61.
over Rene's darts,
Germany
right?
car 161.
Well, this would be something to shout about, but the 161 isn't going to go, and so
137.
opportunity
Denmark car
here for
106.
2-2, and you get the sense Paulson's got to take the 106 out. He's already found the 161 today, but he's not going to find another three-figure check.
58.
This would put the
Germany car
Danes on
24.
checkmate.
$12.
Finest
Denmark
of
car
margins,
48.
but it was the wrong side of the wire. And it is double 16 for
Game show
Denmark.
the fourth leg, Denmark.
Well, how much of a game changer could
Fifth leg,
that
Germany to throw
particular
first. Game on.
exchange be?
Words of encouragement for Jorgensen from
134.
Poulsen. And the difference in the reactions, because I think for Jorgensen, he's been, for me, one of the standout players on an individual level today. He's been
119.
so accurate when it comes to the scoring and the finishing stages.
But I also think it's been great team play from even
99.
Paulsen, where he's just kind of let Andreas go and do what he needs to do, and he'll pick the pieces up.
Yeah, absolutely. He can't forget the 161 in that opening match. They've definitely gelled very well
60.
as a team.
$45.
One more game to go after this.
60.
South Africa will take on Switzerland, and then we will be back from 10 o'clock tonight.
43.
Well, Germany
41.
6 darts from here to go within one of what would be just a second win of the day.
140.
Making sure that last one was nowhere near the treble 20 bed. And that smile from Jorgensen is just the irony of finding your maximum right when you could lose the leg.
35.
But ultimately,
Denmark 41.
it has put on a bit of pressure.
Andreas Toff Jorgensen cannot look.
36.
And by the looks of that
Doing a
dart,
half
neither did
5.
even Paulsen. This is such a big exchange. This is such a big dart. That
Finish on the
is such
fifth
a
leg,
big
Germany.
hit. And you got the raw to go with it.
6 leg Denmark to through first. Game on.
Denmark had the opportunity to break courtesy of that maximum from Jorgensen.
100.
And it has a different feel. It's just as tight, perhaps not the same standard, but feels just as tight as Germany's last match against
96.
Switzerland. But this feels tenser. This has kind of a level of tension which is perhaps stifling their ability to play as freely as we've seen, especially the Danish
60.
pair.
And let's not forget the context of the game as well. Denmark know they can put themselves in a very good position if they win this
134.
match. They can effectively shut Germany out of proceedings in this group. Germany win this, all of a sudden things bunch up and get a bit more interesting, particularly because of the win that
100.
Scotland got against Wales last time.
Well, yeah, and you go back to the midway of the session, and we were really hyping up the fact that between Denmark and Switzerland, whoever won that game had the
100.
opportunity to go through the card. Well, Denmark at the moment now, after losing their last match, now maybe only walk away with 3 wins. When you've started with 3, it's a disappointing end to the day.
100.
And Rene Idams is 6 starts away, or Germany is 6 starts away. He'll throw the first 3.
97. Denmark 141.
Yeah, and it was a really good cover shot. But that's a good first. Can he find the second treble? He can. It's double 12 for a 141 to keep them in it. Absolutely outstanding from Jorgensen.
Semifinal leg Germany to through first. Game on.
Well, even Paulsen gives his teammate a bit of a spring in his step, and that may have given the Danes a spring in their step, and it may well have deflated this boisterous German side.
99.
Yeah, I think the Germans, though, still walking with that bit of swagger and that confidence that's just grown and grown throughout the day.
140.
But for me now, Jorgensen, that 141, is that the spark for him that just sees that big scoring power come back?
140.
It may not be numerically the biggest finish of the day, but contextually it could be. It may even surpass the Belmont 136.
41. $92.
Yeah, good board management from Paul Kroner.
60. Germany 170.
was going to say, the first two trebles went in, I guarantee you would have gone for the ball and you would have got a reaction if he got it. But I tell you what, full credit here to Germany. They've left themselves at a double after 12. Okay, it's unconventional with double 15, but what a last leg effort this has been.
Jimmy Lucar 30.
3 in hand for the match, but just the one needed, and it's a roar from Paul Kroner as he gets Germany across the line, 4 legs to 3 over Denmark. Denmark finished the game on finished the day on 6 points with 3 wins. Germany, they win their last 2 to make sure they're on 4 points and still in contention. And there is the tail of the tape, over a 90 average for the German pair. But we have one more game left. South Africa take on Switzerland.
So here we go then, one final game to go on this Thursday afternoon, and it is a meeting between Switzerland and South Africa for the pairing of Stefan Belmont and Bruno Stockley. They can move to the top of the table on points overnight with a win here. A victory in this particular contest will see them end the day with 8 to their name, whilst for the South African duo of Devon Peterson Carl Gabriel, they win this match, then, well, everything's open for interpretation, because you'd have 4 teams on 6 points, you'd have Germany on 4, and Scotland wouldn't be out the mix on 2. Yes, they'd have to have a big day tomorrow, but everybody would still potentially be in play.
Yeah, already at this halfway stage in Group C overall for the 2 days, there's still matches
60.
that could really, really be impactful.
$62.
Rescued throw after the first two finding the single one target. I just wonder how much that last match kind of took out of Switzerland, because it was kind of high octane, big scores, massive finish from Stefan Belmont, the 136 to get him across the line in Germany, but just felt like there was just a little edge to the match as well.
Yeah, Germany are
40.
causing a few pots to stir, aren't they?
And I think when you're playing, if you were playing this on an individual basis, I don't think you would have the same kind of loud reaction. But when your partner does it, you feel that you can. And in this quiet, intimate area, it must sound so much louder because we can hear it from the commentary box. So what it sounds like when it's down there, and you just think it's back of your head, why are they doing that against me?
And also think about the building as well, the architecture of the building, the church and the wooden roof that we have here, and the sounds like that. Because it's a church, obviously they're built in a way that sound comes out better. So it would add that extra element to it, which is why when we have a big crowd here on a Saturday, 59. You really do hear that cacophony of noise.
Yeah, for the South Africans, though, a much better day in terms of how they performed in Group 8. Just a solitary win. They've picked up a couple already today.
140. South Africa 122.
Really good visit. He's come over a few of them when Stefan's needed his partner to bail him out. And Belmont's going to have a look at a tub to take the opening leg and to get a breaker throw. They need one at some point.
Yeah, was going for the top open option.
60.
Had a real
South
clear
Africa,
open
94.
view of it. It's down to South African captain Devon Peterson. Try and rescue the throw.
45.
So tops the Stockley for the break. Double 10. And the Swiss roll on 1-0.
Second leg, Switzerland to throw first. Game on.
We've managed to go the whole day without any kind of Swiss roll type, puns. And you'd save it for the last.
Yes.
32.
Otherwise, I don't know if I'll ever use it again. I probably will.
Tomorrow.
I'll probably get my just desserts after saying that.
60. $100. $60. $100.
Interesting news just coming out of Flanders in Belgium. The European Tour heads back to Belgium at the weekend, and Janty van den Berg has
81.
qualified, beating the former WDF World Champion Andy Bartons to get one of the qualifying spots. But perhaps the big news is Dimitri hasn't qualified.
Yes, Antti was in that first edition of the international pairs, partnered Brian Roman. Not here this time, but I think that's a testament to the fact that there are a lot of good international pairs to pick from now, and it's great to see the variety.
45. Switzerland car 170.
I'm still not seeing the likes of Australia and that here in a pairs event as well. So that's kind of where that you got that room to grow. And actually, when you look at the first edition to the second, the first edition was 11 European nations, of course, Kenya representing Africa, where you look now, it's very much a broad church of nations across different continents that have been
60.
represented.
Switzerland car 72.
tops for a 2-0 lead.
32.
Just on the wire, but they've got time.
So the nation I'd love to see next time, the Philippines.
95. Switzerland,
Christian Perez
40.
and Paulo Nebreda.
Yeah, I saw Christian Perez recently at WGF tournament. I think he averaged something around
shot the second leg,
115 in one of his matches. But I think you could make an argument for quite a lot
Third leg, South
of
Africa
those
to throw
emerging
first.
Asian
Game
nations, the likes of Japan, what we saw from them at the World Cup. Also got Singapore. I'm all for Singapore coming over. You know why.
Always good to see Harry Flynn.
85.
Even look at the likes of Hong Kong, Man Luk Kyung, who
100.
is a player I think if we can get him here to the Super Series, I think would do not just weekly damage, but series damage. He's that good.
Yeah, there are some great players on the Asian tour.
22.
Obviously, with everything, and we've mentioned it on individual basis, we mentioned it in the context of Stefan Belmont, scheduling, with the calendar being so busy, that's not always the easiest thing to negate.
100.
And of course, let's be realistic as well, obviously, with where they are in the world and getting them over not just for a week, but you're probably then going to have to try and tie in a Super Series week and amongst the pairs week. It's a lot of scheduling and shuffling to get sorted on top of what, as you say, is a very, very busy season.
60.
Of course, we have had visa issues as well for certain players from certain nations. It's not just a case of booking players and getting them in to play. It's a lot more than that. Our admin person will attest.
117. South Africa, 141.
Yeah, I imagine it's very much like spinning plates at time. Peterson unable to replicate the heroics we saw from Denmark in the previous match.
Couldn't find the lofty finish that Tofty took out in that
43.
particular game.
South Africa car 32.
We're looking at 32 to get a leg on the board.
Being shown the third
Finds
leg, South
32.
Africa.
Double 16 with dart 16. Back to 2-1.
Fourth leg, Switzerland to throw first.
Actually, South Africa's first dart at a double in this game.
I think that's what Switzerland have been able to do quite well today, is just
97.
keep the players at arm's length, don't afford them the opportunities at the outer ring.
$100. 85.
Deflection with the last, finds the 5. But South Africa find themselves in a position where they have already been broken in this match. They're going to have to find a way to break back if they are going to raise their points tally to 6 for the day.
99. $81.
Sometimes we do hear players, we've spoken about, obviously, you know, the support and the cheering that we're getting from the German pair, for example, but you have players like Devon Peterson and probably Robert Thornton's another one, that when you hear them, it's normally chastising themselves. They use their voice to kind of motivate themselves, tell themselves off.
60.
Yeah, different things are used in different ways for different players. Stockley looking at 160. Just underneath with dart 1.
100. South Africa 160.
That's the 160 attempt now for South Africa. But Peterson also not able to find the treble.
60. Switzerland car 60.
Well, this for 3-1, and this to put them a leg away from 8 points overnight. Belmont Looking at tops. There has been a miss for Stefan today. It's been low.
40. South Africa car 100.
And this feels all important in the context of this match.
27. Switzerland car 20.
2 10s, 3
Gain
1.
shown the fourth leg Switzerland.
And I think the biggest thing you'll say about this Swiss team has been
Fifth leg
the
South Africa
teamwork, the
first.
camaraderie
Game on.
between the pairs. It's been their greatest strength today. No one's really stood out from the other. They have both been just as effective as one another.
60.
Yeah, and even when they did suffer defeat
60.
earlier on in the day, they come across as quite unflappable, very kind of measured in their approach. Yes, we expect it from the likes of Stefan Belmont,
44.
from what we've seen from him here, both at the Super Series and what we've seen on the Challenge Tour. But Bruno, we said, was a bit of an unknown quantity. Yes, we've seen him in certain places. Obviously, previously played at the World Cup, but it's just how he adapted to the
60.
Modus stage and just hasn't really looks like he's been hit several times before.
Like a duck to water.
45.
And in these types of tours, we see it every year in the World Cup. There's always a team that goes severely under the radar and goes on a bit of a run. And who's to say Switzerland
140.
cannot be that team this week? And you'd also say for Stefan, for as much as he's done great stuff on the floor, if he could win this with Bruno, it'd be that next step in his development, doing something really tangible in a stage environment.
Yeah,
70.
absolutely. And you're doing it alongside your partner, but you're doing it representing your country as well. So, yeah, I agree.
39. $91.
That's been a big thing as well, is when they've had a little bit of a poor visit, they've been able to get themselves out of jail a couple of times.
59.
But the best teams do.
Switzerland car 80.
And on this Thursday, the Swiss have made themselves out to be the best team. This for 8 points overnight.
$60.
You have to say that first start, the way it landed, it was awkward, trying to shuffle for a bit of position. Couldn't quite find a route through, but he knows his teammate. He's confident in his teammate. They will be coming back.
$140.
140 for Devon, just keeps life interesting. It's 2 10s for Bruno. Awkward. That
No
last
shot.
start told you everything you needed to know.
South Africa car 70.
Yeah, there's an argument that sometimes starts are too close. Now, Gabriel looking at the same target. It's double 10.
50. Switzerland car 20.
Well, they had a chance to reduce the gap, but Stefan Belmont to bring this game to an emphatic close. How many more times are they going to miss the double 10 by that kind of margin? And now he's got to try and find an angle, an opening from somewhere. Can he find one? Yes,
Game shown in
he
the match, Switzerland.
can. And it's going to be the Super Swiss who top the table overnight. The 4-1 win over South Africa. A beaming smile from Stefan Belmont and Bruno Stockley. They are the premier pairing after day one of Group C.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the afternoon session in Group C has come to a close. Before the break, we saw Switzerland get the better of South Africa by 4-1. That means that they are going to assume top spot in the table overnight, going into Friday's play here in Portsmouth. So that is the tale of the tape. Switzerland on 8 points. Denmark won their first 3, lost their last 2, so they're on 6. Wales also on 6. Those 2 nations actually had the opportunity to move on to 8 points and shut out Germany and South Africa. They're both on 4 points respectively. Scotland got their first win of the day in that final game against Wales. So I'm alongside Laura Turner here in the studio to reflect on what we have seen on this Thursday here in Portsmouth. And it was the Swiss. We spoke about Stefan Belmont. We spoke about what role Bruno Stockley could play in that Swiss side. And he was superb, wasn't he?
He was just solid, wasn't he? He found big finishes when he needed them. But if there was a bit of a missed score from Stefan Belmont, Bruno was there to kind of back up his partner, and that's what the best partnerships are about. But what I liked about them as well, they just looked really comfortable together. And there were moments when they were under a bit of pressure. Here's the 1-3-6 from Bruno, and yeah, really good pairing.
Very good pairing, and you get the sense now they've kind of got themselves into the group, they're going to be quite hard to stop.
Yes, you do. And there were moments where they showed a bit of fragility. They did lose that one game in what we were kind of thinking was a bit of a head-to-head for top position against Denmark. But the way they bounced back, and actually the way they fought past Germany, who it felt like one of those games that had a real edge to it, managed to find, again, it was another 1-3-6, but this time went the way of Belmont. So, yeah, I think they are going to be hard to catch at the top if they carry on like they did today.
Denmark is an interesting one because they'll be happy with the points they got, but they'll also feel like there was more points possibly left out there.
I think so, and I think out of all the games, and we quite often talk about recency bias, don't we? I mean, we saw this brilliant 1-6-1 right at the very opening match, but I think for me, the way it ended, they didn't quite perform, or they took too long to get going against what was becoming quite a strong German pairing, and I think that when it comes to kind of you tend to remember the last thing you take away. So, yes, they'd probably be happy with 6 points, but losing those last two may be a little bit disappointed.
In terms of the Welsh pair, how will they look back on the 6 points? Because it feels like a bit of a weird one for them.
Yeah, they kind of bookended today, didn't they, with losses, and then found those 3 wins in between. But they did, the last game they lost, they came up against Scotland, who'd managed to find a bit of form. But, yeah, I think inconsistent in the first, got much better in between, dropped off the pace slightly in the last, but I think again 6 points, they'll probably be happy because there were chances, the Germans had chances, they lost 4-3 to Wales.
In terms of Germany, they picked up some points. They got themselves in play. But the second half of the session, we saw much improvement. And once they kind of got that bit of vigour about them and they got the wind in their sails, they were tough opposition to come up against.
Yeah, they seem like a team that like to play with a bit of noise, a bit of kind of getting that adrenaline going. And once they did that in the last couple of games, because out of all of the teams, I think the way they played, they were very consistent and at a high level, but they just got pipped at the post. So it was looking at one point, they lost their first 3 and probably in kind of the reverse of Denmark, will be quite happy to come away with a couple of wins at the end.
Well, let's have a look at the tournament bracket. This is session 1 of 2 that we're bringing to you today. And of course, tonight is all about Team England, isn't it? We're all looking forward to watching Steve Beaton.
Absolutely, Steve Beaton, but pairing up with Adrian Lewis. But what a Group B session. I mean, it's unbelievable.
It really is. And actually, you look at the United States and you look at Alex Spellman. He's done great stuff here. And Jason Brandon, who's made the semi-finals at Lakeside last year, he played remarkably well at Madison Square Garden. If them two can team up quite well, that they could be a dangerous pair to look out for.
Yeah, and the 2 teams that are dropping in as well from Group A. You've got Andreas Harrison, the Swedish team, and then you've also got Canada, which gives, I think it gives that opening match tonight a real edge because you've obviously got like this North American derby to kick things off. So I'm intrigued. I defy anyone really that can pick 3 teams that get through.
How's AD going to deal with tonight?
Oh, I'm sure he'll be fine, like a duck to water. Honestly, we're just excited to have him back. I think the pairing with him and Steve Beaton will be one that they're both comfortable in each other's company. They would have known each other around the circuit for a long time. So, yeah, hopefully he just gets back up there and is able to relax and perform like we know he can. Look forward to watching Mick-Upaholic tonight. Laura, thank you so much. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV. As I say, Adrian Lewis is with us tonight. But before that, Murph meets Adrian Lewis, and I promise you, he didn't wear those sunglasses for that particular encounter. Then, as I say, we'll be back. Jackpot and the Bronzed Adonis partnering up for Team England. It should be a very intriguing night. In fact, you look at the group altogether, there's 5 really good nations involved in there. Even the Republic of Ireland, Conor Heenahan and John O'Shea, the outsiders, but they'll more than play their part. They're all playing for a spot for this Saturday's final, where the Dutch duo Jimmy van Schie and Danny van Trijp are already there. They're looking to defend the title that they won. And then we've got influencer darts for you on Sunday afternoon. Adrian Lewis will be a part of that alongside the podcaster Jack Mate. That's going to be live from 12. But that is it from us. We shall see you later on tonight as Adrian Lewis makes his return after 2.5 years away.
Modus Super Series Internationals Pairs Champions.
And it's double Dutch delight.
It's the Netherlands.